Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South man. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the school to be part of our discussion. School television. School Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. To spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat get my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, when you back today. Spoon TV. Yes, when you back today. Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Skiddy dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Cuba.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South man. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the school to be part of our discussion. School television. School Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat get my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I do back today. School TV. Yes, I do back today. School TV. School Skiddy dabado. School TV. School entertainment. Kuwa. Bese kuwa, go to there. Kuwa, go to there. To the school. Kuwa, deba. School TV. School deba. Skiddy dabado. School TV. School entertainment. Kuwa. Bese kuwa, go to there. Kuwa, go to there. To the school, to the inside information. To the school, to Kuwa. Bese kuwa, go to there. Kuwa, go to there. To the school, to the inside information. To the school, to Kuwa. Bese kuwa.
To thank you for the heads up. Thank you. The sound is good. Kindly leave a comment. We apologize for that. AJ walking by faith. Makina says no sound. Lord Chima says no sound. Daniel Fester Chirac says no sound. Supermo FX says you muted. Kindly let us know if the sound has been restored. Yeah, that was just the flick of a button that needed to have been done. Well, if the sound is good, just leave a comment. All right. So Augustine Juliet Napla says the sound is good. Vamoya Fatumata Lasana says it's good now. Lloyd Chima says great. Oram, that's Umuru says it's loud and clear. Thank you guys. Without your feedbacks, we wouldn't know what's happening. I would have been here just talking for the rest of the hours. All right. So you're welcome to Spoon Talk, wherever it is you're watching us from around the world, whether it is you're watching us via YouTube. We'd love to say to all of our YouTubers, welcome. We'll speak to you every yeah, at least 3 to 4 or 5 times we'll speak to the YouTubers so they can be satisfied. Like Nat BK Sasa Jr. Watching from YouTube. Alice is also following from YouTube. Moses B. Bokokoli. Are you related to Kongwe Bokokoli, our Bon County correspondent? Watching from YouTube as well. Arthur Stevens is also watching from ERWA Junction. Amin Julius is also watching. There's a lot happening in the country, a lot unfolding in the country. We'll just give you tidbits of what's unfolding. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to come on, including the former CEO, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr., to talk in depthly about what's trending in the country. So the first thing is this thing is no longer funny. You know, growing up as kids, we used to sing fire, 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 run, run, run. There's a very big fire, run, run, run. All the houses are burning. It is actually happening in reality. That fire, 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 run, run, run. Everywhere we turn, fire, 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 run, run, run. All the houses are burning. All the schools are burning as well. What's going on? What is going on? We said drugs is now a national health emergency. Fire should also be declared a national emergency so that more attention can be paid to this fire service of ours. Amen. Another fire incident again today. This time around, the Fire for Fire Church was gutted by fire completely in its entirety. And the fire then extended to the Apostolic Foundation School, right there, Vamuman Junction, the big school. Speaking to us, the police commander of Salem Depot, Alfred Sudu, said they had called the National Fire Service and it took them a very long time to have responded. Thankfully, this time around, they did respond and managed to have saved the Apostolic School from burning completely to debris. But the Fire for Fire Church, the fire ravaged the entire church. Again, it's a two-way street. Citizens have their own responsibilities, but the government has got responsibilities even bigger than that of ours. We are to be responsible in how we use electricity, flammable materials, and the rest, how we wire our homes, how we build to make sure our homes are accessible so that we don't build in the alleyways and all of those things. It is the government's responsibility to have a vibrant fire service. Same way as we have police stations all around, the fire service guys shouldn't be running beyond Ken Boys. Those are selling by the wayside. So when they see them where the most effective, though, run after Ken Boys. He's selling gas on the street, bring the guy who caught fire, then they carry. What about inspection? Regular. Today, thankfully, the entire student population was evacuated. I saw kids crying. It took me almost 20 minutes to even decide that I wanted to intervene by going live because I was dumbfounded. I was shocked. I'm like, what's really going on in this country? Why is it we just have fire incident, fire, run, everywhere we go, be fire. But we need to respond to responsibilities. This thing should be a national emergency, a holistic approach involving all sector ministries and agencies, including the fire service, and see how best, and the Liberia National Police and the rest of those involved in emergency service, how best we can revamp, if not resuscitate, this dying, if not dead fire service of ours. People are dying in numbers, in droves from fire. Another 5 individuals from another family, 4 from this other side, 29 the other time. Amen. But the good news is no loss of lives today, either at the Fire for Fire Church and the Apostolic Foundation School. But we shouldn't sit and wait for tragedy to strike always. Those policy makers, those responsible at the helm of affairs of this country should know that fire is silently taking away so many lives and destroying so many properties. And we need to tackle it hands-on. The inspection part, people need to comply. It shouldn't always be about brown envelope. What are municipal authorities doing? You know, what are they doing? Town authorities and the rest. We need to take this thing and tackle it hands on. I saw an innovative piece on Facebook as to, because of the criminal rate in our country, so we always putting ourselves in cages. But I saw an innovative piece where the iron bars and the iron gates and all of those things, there was an emergency exit. Only you, the owner of the house, know where the emergency exit is. it can open within an iron bar. Whether it's the window bar, whether it's whatever it is, it can open, but it can lock from inside. So once you have that fire escape hatch within the iron bar, like a fire escape door, at least our welders and homeowners should start, taking advantage of that. Put an emergency exit door within your iron bars or whatever it is, and you can lock it from inside. You can just close it from inside in case there is the need to get out of your house during an emergency. You can make it to the main door. You can just open that, you escape. Because if we say we'll leave our homes unprotected again, our brother then will come visit us every day. Yeah. So the good thing is no loss of lives today, but people have been set back a great deal of dollars in properties lost. Okay, so what's next on the agenda? As I said, I wouldn't go in depthly into the trending issues. The Spoon Talk panelists are going to talk much more about these things happening in the country. But this one I've titled, Yes, Lamin Do It. Yeah, yes, Lamin Do It. And I'm not the one saying I did it. No. The boss of the Financial Intelligence Unit, Mr. Stanley Ford, has reportedly, again, I'm using the word reportedly, admitted to fraudulent conduct. According to reports, and again, it will be discussed in-depthly, that he went at the LACC for questioning and had reportedly admitted that the 500,000 United States dollars transaction that was done on the 23rd of September 2023, he was instructed by big hands to have withdrawn the money that was deposited in a FIU's account the very day. So they'll talk about that more. But you say, yes, like he didn't want to do it, but big hands, instructed him to do so. Bigger hands than his. The next one, the thing coming show face, I say Ebola, I say Corona. Because yeah, like bro, the Tina can the Tina show face, yeah, Tina Ebola. No, not Corona, not Ebola. But is the thing going to show face? And I'm talking about the War and Economic Crimes Court for Liberia. Is it going to show face? We're seeing publications today. The House Speaker was seeing photo ops. We did get reports that Representative Samuel Enders has signed on, to the resolution calling for the establishment of the War and Economic Crimes Court for Liberia. But are we getting closer? Or that just photo ops and vlog and pressure? So today the speaker posted on his official Facebook page that he was in conversation with. In the picture, you can see Representative Thomas Fala, you can see Speaker Jonathan Fanati Kofa, that he met with Ambassador Beth Van Schack, who is from the Office of Global Criminal Justice, the Capitol building. So according to Speaker Kofa, he made it clear to the ambassador at large that they will support justice for the war victims, but won't be rash or insensitive to concerns of people who feel targeted. So that two-way statement done it. That yes, they'll support the establishment of a War and Economic Crimes Court for Liberia. The same way, they wouldn't make people feel, they'll respect the views of people who might feel targeted. So whether or not the thing coming show face, or it's just pressure, we're watching to see how this conversation is going to unfold. Or it's just going to be like palm butter soup. It will pour, from there just go down easy. But Liberians are watching. What will the representatives, legislators do? Whether or not there will be a resolution proffered calling for the establishment of the War and Economic Crimes Court for Liberia. We are definitely watching these things. Well, something happened at NASCAR today. There was some sort of rejection. Who was rejected and why? But from the videos and the pictures, and the people say, we don't know you. We know you not. People do the eyeball thing. They say, we know you not. From whence have you come? And why are you here? We know you not. When you watch that video, if you get shin fear, you feel shin. But the rest of the panelists are going to talk about that more. Who was rejected at NASCAR today? Why was that person rejected? Who were those forming part of the entourage that went to NASCAR? And what was the big word used to say, we know you not, depart from our presence. Go come again another day. Something happened. And now we'll close on. It's a saddening thing that Associate Justice Nangu passed on. Peace be upon his ashes. But there are already conversations being had as to who's going to replace Justice Nangu at the Honorable Supreme Court. Who's going to replace him at the Honorable Supreme Court? Others have said it's too early to start having such conversations. But prior to the inauguration of President Joseph Yuma Boakai, there was already conversations being held as to who's going to replace the then ailing Justice Nangu and the former Justice Minister and former Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia, Councillor Frank Musa Dean, was nominated by President Den Weah to fill up that space. That didn't suffice. It didn't happen. Political maneuvering with legal, bureaucracy and everything, red tapeism was applied. And it didn't happen. But sadly, Justice Nangu has lost his life. Again, sympathies and condolences to the family. But there is now the question, who is going to replace the late Justice Nangu on the bench of the Honorable Supreme Court? Today I was around the corridors of the Temple of Justice and names were popping up. Sometimes it's just good to go to places to just listen to what people are saying, to get a concept of what's happening. So one name that was being heralded many occasions was that of George Siane Johnson. She's formerly of the Rape Court, or she was assigned a criminal code B at one point in time, that she has been heralded as the one who is in pole position to replace the late Justice Nangu. But whatever the case is, we're following, and there must be a replacement on the bench of the Supreme Court. Yeah, but whether or not Judge Johnson is going to be the one nominated by President Boakai to become Associate Justice or whoever it is, but there must be a replacement on the bench. So open the phone lines for you to tell us exactly what are those things on your minds. Don't tell us LEC now in your era, not news. We all know. Yeah, what's happening at LEC, when we will get stable current, that's the question. Yeah, and all of that. But we'll open the phone lines and you tell us what's on your minds. What are those things you want to talk about? But before that, let's say good evening, pleasant night here from Liberia to Yanwala Jala. Hope you're doing great. Mary Dolo is also watching us from Minnesota, USA. Mary Finda Yuma is also following. Seku Zoker is watching us as well. Simmons, God is great to me. Put your whole name in sentences again. Behalf of people. Simeon, God is great to me, part 1 and 2. Imagine me all get part 1 and part 2. All right. Fatu Richardson is also following us. Hope you're doing great. Lage K Nambe is watching us. Aaron Mane is watching us from Newark, New Jersey. Moses Benda is watching us from Paul River Community. Oritha Momo is watching us. Ricky Young is also following. Cleopatra Madia Clark, a regular as well, is watching tonight. Beatrice Mania is watching from Old Matadi Estate. Hope you're doing great. SB Beat is says it's missing Dwalu on the show. Dwalu appear, don't worry. Angeline Gali says we should restore Kabina Janet to the Supreme Court of Liberia bench. Kensito Sobu Right says, oh, time you got there. Kensito that Janet is watching spoon. Come by a long time, bro. Alice Byrne is also watching. Marcia Senley is watching as well as Sammy Innocent Mauli. Maulu, if I got that right. Maulu is watching as well. Edward Cooper is watching us tonight, as well as Betha Morris Taylor is watching from Congo Town. Peter Zhu is watching, as well as Victoria Cisco. We say Four Boy is also watching tonight. Thelma Carlo Appeton is also following. Samson Lomba is watching. Lucreta Holt Chile is watching as well. All right. Nicholas Rubel Penna is watching, as well as James Payne. Peter Slocum, if I got that right, is watching us from Margibi County. Emma Stamba, Kathy Johnson, Telly Woda Bover is watching us from Painesville City. So we'll go to the phone lines, 1 minute per caller, to tell us what exactly is on your mind, whether or not the team will show face in the War and Economics Crimes Court, the fire issue in the country, as well as other issues of national concern that might be on your minds to discuss with us. 0777-77-1075, 0555-101075. Those are the numbers to call and tell us what exactly are those things on your mind. Let's take this first person by switching on the phone lines for you to tell us what's on your mind. 1 minute per caller. Let's be straight to the point. Please don't call and talk about God can bless anybody and when you get your money. You get your money, as we stated yesterday, between today to Wednesday. So in between today to Wednesday, you will definitely get your winnings. Let's talk about issues of national concern for which God can bless anybody. It's not one of those. Let's go to the phone lines now and take this person. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you out, please.
My mind, corresponding to the Labrador authority, is all guilty of a best state of attorney deputy. I was the for that case.
I didn't get what you said, boss man.
Also, the Labrador authority.
Correctional?
Always going to follow the issue of guilty. As a state of attorney deputy, so I need to follow that spirit.
Okay, thank you for the tip. We'll definitely do a follow-up on that. Thank you. All right. Let's take this person and say when you see it, you talk it. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
Good. Let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Quinn. I'm joking from the payroll bill.
What's going on, Andrew? What's on your mind?
Yeah. Well,
President Boakai.
Yeah, you mean that PhD better you routine. This is very try to look at the minute. This minute they just spoil that paper called me. Too many things that happen. The minute do that. All things just for the minute. Because you don't have nothing. So many person that on a list. Some of them that are the minute that they put in that you have to pay the week to.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's take this person here. 0777-77-1075, 0555-101075. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Your demon, where are you joining us from?
Brother, thank you. My name is Theophilus Kuya. I call from Maryland County.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the points tonight. I listen and follow. But today I was really shocked, especially this evening, that video that came from NASCAR. Look, my brother, for me, I don't try to be political, but let's be real. I think today at NASCAR, they traumatized our sister today. The president has given someone a letter to say, go and be acting. Why would a national ruling party chairman and top government official go along with the man? They traumatized the woman today. The thing we're doing is not politics. Then what will happen after the regime comes? They pay the owner debt too. So Labrador become they are paid. The thing that happened today is really, really ugly. I'm following the show tonight from Maryland County. I'm trying to be political, but what happened today? Those who are following you look at it, Google, you're not good. Thank you so much.
You calling for the real Maryland?
I'm calling from Maryland. I'm calling from what they call Old Sorokin, where Anthony Flay Williams defeated Bobby.
So how are you following the show?
Yes.
How?
I'm through the phone. I call it the internet.
Oh, okay. All right, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So let's take this person here. 0777-77-1075, 0555-101075. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Pleasant night to you, sir. Kindly reduce the volume of your radio, the feedback, please.
Yeah, I far away from the radio. I far away from this is the voice of John Marvolo, and I try to follow my history watch.
Go ahead.
One of my event is about the world economic crackle. We want the world economic crackle to come. So people are coming
atrocity will not go scot-free because these are things that people that don't no justice for people that they are killed in this country, so they are moving with impunity. So when a worker is as a precedent, so others can file suit that they can commit the same crime because we see a lot of non-violent around because people are not no justice. People are not taking into consideration that justice will be preserved, so they are then committing that atrocity. So
Okay, sir.
economic crime and whatever, I think it's as a precedent, so people can know what is doing in the country and justice will be served. Thank you very much this evening.
Thank you for your input as well. We'll take 5 more calls from Liberia and then we'll switch to the WhatsApp number. Hello.
Yeah, hello, how are you?
I'm okay, sir. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
Yeah, I'm
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my concern has to do with the war and the economic crime code. My brother, this country, I tell you no lie, without those two codes, when you not come to Liberia, things will not be normal in this country.
What do you mean?
Because a lot of guys sitting down, war and economic crime, I'm supporting it. Because I want for that thing to come so that people can be restricted. So people can go to Kopio Wu, simply Liberia people money, people do something that they feel not to happen to them. So people get them, it will be good for the other people that work so that they can put their footsteps. So how I'm supporting it, and I really want for that thing to come so that I can restrict the country. So even the bugger country and next government so that people can't just get in the street and do something that just to go free.
Okay, sir.
So really I'm supporting it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling this person here. Pleasant night to you.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you out, please.
Okay, my God bless everyone. I do join for a call.
You're welcome.
My concern has to do with the LDA boss. I'm currently appealing to him. Let him just do recruitment as the police do. Because I see a lot of guys in the LDA because they never said I have some interest in it because our younger ones, our brothers, sisters, they are just playing on a daily basis. So he came and we trust his ability, we know how well he can perform. So let you take that set very serious and do some recruitment to out the force to see how we can fight jobs in the community. Like just on the point I wrote today, where I have a project out there today, I saw a lot of the guys in the community, people running behind them. You see them spending all the corners, selling the jobs and whatsoever. So if you have more manpower, I believe we can fight them, even in the community, and then succeed in doing that. But then I just this few group of people that he trusts and then believing they just recruit and then they will just be on the main street. They will not go to the first community to see what is happening. There are a lot of things I saw today on the program where they were start building it.
Okay, sir.
Too bad for us today.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. We'll take 2 more calls from Liberia, but before I do that, Dr. Richardson, good afternoon.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Ashkirabo. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good to hear. All right, because I think winter over now. It was warm today and nice. It was warm yesterday and nice. So, but we have had really bad storms in March. So I want to keep my finger crossed. Once winter is over, I'm super jealous of you.
So that Richardson educate me on the season team because yeah, but we only get rainy season, dry season in the middle getting any baby. Yeah, you know.
Well, I'm feeling that you will tell me about Yemi Pepe because we didn't get no Yemi Pepe. I remember no Yemi Pepe. Tell you the truth.
Anyway, so tell the full season. How do they come in role? Like, is it summer? Why then winter?
Spring. Now they're supposedly in winter right now. I believe around March 21st. Spring is supposed to start.
That spring now what thing you have been doing spring?
During the spring, it can be nice. A lot of rain. This is when the farmers prepare to, cultivate the land and plant during the spring. A lot of the flowers, because in this winter time, like now it's winter. Okay, all the plants can die. It can be too cold. All the leaves dry. All the leaves from the plant. There's nothing on. I'm looking in my backyard. There's nothing on the trees right now. So we're supposed to be in winter right now. It's cold. Nobody get if you like being outside. I don't know, but I hardly go outside when it's cold. Then spring comes. Spring is when things are okay. It's warm, but it's just rainy. You see a lot of worm on the street. We call it worm on the street because they're trying to find a way to the dirt and all of that stuff. And then of course in summer, Okay, so then the summer is beautiful. It's like it's really hot, you know, and I like it just that because I was born near the Sahara. That's why I tell my students, I said, me, I like it hot because Liberia is not far from the Sahara. So yeah, so it's nice, you know, a lot of barbecuing parties. This is when people have the weddings. Yeah, that what I also time. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That one that people can be also I plenty every day there's something they can be doing. And then of course after when they get a fall, the fall is not bad. You know, the leaves change, they change color. That's one of the beauty of the fall. When the leaves are you know, they can turn like orange, brown, yellow. It's really pretty. You know, that's the beauty of it. And it's not too cold, it's not too hot. It can be perfect for me at summer. I like the summer. So right now today was hot. I think it was like 62 degrees outside. When we talk about winter, we talk about 30 degrees. Like you can put stuff outside, ice outside, and we can make ice out of it. You will freeze. 32 degrees, you will freeze.
So I want you to tell me something before we go back and take calls, because I don't know if it's a joke or something of that sort. But someone said that it gets so cold. Probably it's a joke. They said one guy left on Liberia and then he went to America during the winter time. He didn't go to correct time. He went winter time. You know, having like that. So he was also doing something, and then you know he got so cold, and somebody took something for him. He was running. I tried to get the actual story, but the parallel narration to say he was running, and then the clothesline, he bent like this to power the clothesline before he reached when he realized when they have one ear. It can happen. Your ear can get cold and it can cut off. You can feel it.
Yeah, you get frostbite. That's what it's called, frostbite. If it's really cold. Yeah, if you're outside, that's why I don't even bother going outside. Like people can work outside, they have to put a lot of gloves, a lot of things to keep their hand. They got something called hand warmer too. You can buy it. It keeps your hand from being frozen. So yeah, things can get really, really cold. Like 32 degrees and 0 degree. In places like Minnesota, the people can get 0 degree for a summer. Yeah, it can happen.
Running.
I don't know what happened.
And then in the mirror, you only have one ear. So
I don't know that other exact story like that, but I know.
Yeah, but I just trying to tell her how cool it can get to the extent that the man lost it.
You do get frost. It's called, you know, you do get frost, but like sometimes when it's cold, if I go outside and I don't put on gloves on my hands, I can't even feel my hand. It gets so cold, I can't feel my fingers. Okay, I can feel my toes until it warms up a little bit. So it's possible that if he was out there, he wouldn't feel it. He wouldn't feel it at all. Yeah, it can get cold. Cool. Yeah, tell you about
yanni paper quick.
Yeah, tell me about yanni paper.
When yanni paper time, you can know the importance of donor grease. Yeah, and when you can know the importance of face and fasoline and all that kind of stuff. Like, and when you can tell who really found.
Oh.
Yeah, yanni paper time. You're looking for where find look for yanni paper time.
Why? Because they see
he can split. And then lips can split. You know. And then skin can crack. Oh, you know yanni paper?
No, we don't call it yanni paper by the time to call it.
I used to call it.
Yeah, I can't remember the name right now, but we used to call it something on that yanni paper when it used to just get cold, like breezy, like dry skin. You get dry skin.
Yanni paper time, and when you can mix pangana oil and donut grease together with small face inside. But these days we haven't really experienced intense yanni paper like the way we used to. It's called Hamatan wind. Hamatan. Ghanaians call it Hamatan. People call it Hamatan.
That's what I used to call it Hamatan winter.
But yanni paper are the actual name. Yeah. But the Hamatan wind are the you know, those that studied geography and the meteorologists then are their name.
You don't want to get out to that yanni paper. You don't want
to mean that I register.
How you get out to that?
I didn't need any paper. Anyway, people will call and they're calling to talk what's on their mind.
I just know that there were times where our skin used to get ashy. Growing up, they used to take the sport. That way we can
down there where you can get go scratch your friend. That's when you do that. They want their skin straight. You can see the mark. No,
it's bad now. Maybe because, in fact, you know, let me tell you something. I learned about putting lotion on my skin in Liberia. Maybe there was really yanni paper time, whatever, but the training in America.
You see, I'm going to somebody I must spell yanni paper. So now you can spell it me paper. Anyway, you spell it. Yeah, me Pepe Akolokwa.
Your pictures we do call it something else. And I and Pepe man, we used to call it actually something else in Liberia. I can't remember the name. It used to be bad for because especially we were in the mountains, it was just used to be really, really bad. But it was not Yanni Pepe. There was two, and there was another season where the Bokaba used to come out. I don't know that Yanni Pepe season.
About Pepe.
Look at you. Look at you. Like, I maybe a current lady with the same time. But you know what, Damo, before I forget, I really want to say something. I say, look, check your text message. I send you some pictures.
Okay.
A lot of people. I went out to sympathize with the chaplain of the Bong Education Center Alumni Association this weekend. Her name is Christine Deshield. Christine Deshield lost her mother. Mrs. Deshield she used to be in Beaumais. And so obviously my husband being the president of the association, and also Christine just been such a supportive member. She's been here to all of my daughter's graduation.
Okay, let me try to put it up as you talking, Dr. Richardson. Let me try to get it up. But you can go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I went out there. I'm usually home and from home to work or grocery shopping or something my children's having. So I'm not really maybe especially in the winter time. I don't get to see Liberians a lot. And so when I got there, Liberians were very, very supportive of Spoon TV. I should tell you that there was a lot of congratulatory message for Spoon TV page having 500,000 viewers, and everybody was really, really excited. They wanted me to just tell you, Stanton, Miss TT, all Nelson Colette, all of you guys who make this happen. A big, huge congratulations. I mean, this is like, it surprises me how big Spoon TV is. Really, I know it is, but it's like everybody. I walked in and people are like, we know that voice, we know that face, and it was really, really, really a great blessing to know that they appreciate Spoon TV. I wanted to say that I met like the Mensa family. They wanted me to tell.
You were chilling on.
Huh? Yeah. It was very nice. First of all, I want to express our sympathy to Kristen DeShield. She's the chaplain for Becca.
Hey.
Please don't y'all look how y'all we having a cool conversation and
No, you will see the reason I'm saying like that. Just wait.
Yeah. So actually, there was Prince Mensa. Prince Mensa and his sisters came. Prince thinking that he the man. I know that fireman, they let her think that they let her pull. I don't even know who I don't remember her name, but she was very nice to me, very polite. Who's you know her? Oh yeah, that young man. The man Milan that star now. Everybody was like, what a grandson. Yeah, he can be the star of the program. So if you see there's Prince in the background, Prince was introduced to me. He said he's one of my #1 fans. He loves the program. And he came with his sisters or some women in the family came to sympathize with Christian. As you can see Christian standing with my husband there. And so he came to come with big speech for I know the women there of his family strong with me. How you go to a program, you carry like 3 or 4 women, and you can't stand on the come make speech. The women just look at him. You're not here to do the speech. Please excuse us that we don't want here to do the speech. So the man asked my husband, he said, but when they were having small coup d'etat here, Mr. Richardson, you didn't help me. My husband said, hey, this was the Ukraine and Russian war. By the time we turn around, I'm pushing you.
But Richardson, you are an inspiration. I did see. I don't know if you run a show, if you run a podcast.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, but you can carry all kinds of places. So I saw it. I saw an edition of that. That's a plus. Irrespective of political differences, many women want to aspire to you. The fact that the fact that you are an inspiration as well. And politics aside, you're a nice person to know. People should take advantage of that. Get to know you. People should leave all this angry. It was really during the heat of the election. I think when you had that issue with Kev, then you saw that aside politics, how people support.
Yes. Exactly.
Politics is just the line that divides everybody, but when it comes to human
Yes.
related issues, everybody comes around the table and they show that support and all of that. So it's an honor, to know you, to
Thank
know
you.
somebody of your pedigree and everything. And
Thank
we
you.
do learn.
Yes.
I listen to how you question. I listen to how you become forceful at times. I follow. I'm in the background. I'm like, okay, I really want this person to talk. So, and then you always use the sandwich method. I'm listening to you. You will give nice compliments. Then you ask the tough question, and you anyway. Oh, yeah. If you
Yes, yeah, exactly true. Exactly true. But Tama, I mean, it's great. Obviously, guys, obviously we have become family, regardless of our differences, regardless of our ups and downs, regardless of our challenges. It hasn't been easy. It has not been easy. Especially when I was attacked for being a woman on the show. Some of the things that when you can't really deal with the issues, address the issues, what do you call us women? We either somebody's, hobo Joe or somebody's prostitute or somebody. So that's just small minded thinking, but it was just great to see. And one of the things that I really admired about Liberians, I mean, imagine our chaplain lost her mother, and the Liberians, there was just a pouring of love that people were stopping by. Imagine here, dropping water, food, people cooking, so yeah, our bestie, our bestie, right? You already in the studio. So, bestie, I said so. It can be easy in the chat room there.
the best, the Steve Johnson.
Yeah, Steve, all of that dog can tell me I get my popcorn when it's start here, Steve and the other part, I get my popcorn and my tea ready for it. But anyway, it was just great. I just want to give a shout out to the Mensa sisters, the Mensa family. Prince Mensa, thank you for watching and joining us. I'm sorry my husband couldn't help you during the ambush, the Ukraine-Russian war when you needed him most. Musa and Hawa, they watch the show all the time. Hawa loves my grandson. She's always asking she's actually just sending a little boy interrupt because Stanton's dog can be barking. So she'd rather hear my grandson and see my grandson on the show than listen to Stanton's dog barking. Abba and Becky, thank you so much for putting your arms around Christine. Of course, of just Liberians, for supporting Spoon. We really, really enjoy that you support Spoon. Yeah.
So in 5, I'm about to do unboxing. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Miss Chimama is here. We haven't seen you for a long time.
I'll be on vacation. Like I said, I took a vacation.
To go and take
care of my grandbaby. My daughter, the last child that I had, she just had a baby. She didn't know anything about taking care of a baby, though. She did her best, but I had to go and help as a grandma.
Yes. Thank you.
So I had to take that time off. And I told Spoon,
I will accept that excuse because I really was missing you. I was missing you.
I miss you all. You guys to be there on the show writing. When I said do is my son, when he makes me angry, I'm writing all the comments.
I used to see that.
Yeah, I know you guys will see, but nobody will say anything. I'll be writing. I sit in my living room just writing. I said, oh my God, what is he saying right now? Oh my God. I said, stop.
I saw that. So you enjoy your vacation, huh?
I enjoy. You see, I put on weight and all. I enjoy myself.
I didn't want to mention that. I just want to.
Oh man, I enjoy myself.
I know. Thank God.
But I'm going to lose all that weight because the heat since I came. Oh my God, Dr. Richardson. Yeah. The heat is killing me.
Yeah, but I want to praise God for grandmothers like you. We don't have grandmothers like you. That when a baby is born, we make a big deal out of it. We help our daughters. So praise God for a grandmother like you. The children, they're on their own these days,
Yes. Thank you so much. But I miss you guys. I miss the people of Liberia. I miss Liberians. But of course, I've been partaking, making my own comments and my own input. And I saw that you guys get ignored. I didn't say you see that woman that she picking first.
Well, we know you can hold your own. I said thank
you. Let me ask you, wherever you're coming from, you can make people younger there or something.
Look at that.
Dr. Richardson, see why she always look young. Even though she's young, but she look younger. Because you look good.
I feel the people get any like a people. That originally her own that number she carry around. When she call her number, I can be asking her, is this number age or just number? If that number, just tell them you think that I'm 100 years old.
That's so true.
Yeah. Oh, age up to 30, I don't believe it. I don't know. Why that number don't want giving me? Is it anyway? They give me okay. I'm 100 years old too now.
I came on Friday. I arrived here Friday night. I told the CEO I'm here. He said, like, I told him, I said, CEO, I'm going home now. I know, I said, my nephew, I'm going home. He said, you wrote me. Yes. And your mama, you been going home ever since. Every day you going home, we can reach. So when I arrived at the airport, I took my phone. I said, my nephew are in Liberia, my ROB.
Yay! Good to have this kind of team. We got a good team.
Thank you.
Yeah, I said to you, you said the show be on fire, y'all come because y'all know in the match again. I said,
where you can. The body called Stevie Johnson gave me hard too much in this country. So I will just say Stevie Johnson.
You know, I can be on Stevie style now. I got to be on Stevie Johnson style.
Yeah,
even though
you are an originalist, and it will be people like you who will back into the fold of the people. You are a sedition, you remain one, you bleed blood, and you always
I'm not a sedition anymore.
I said, listen to NJ Mama. She says she is not a sedition anymore.
Let me clarify, because for me, I let her clarify. I used to be a sedition, but I'm not a sedition no more, and the whole world knows that. And I'm not a sympathizer either, because it made me shame. You understand? So I am not. I'm a neutral person now in the favor of JMP and JKK. I want to see them succeed. That is mine. My own thing. I want to see the government succeed. Yes. But I'm not for you anymore. I'm sorry. But you guys, you're my nephew. I can never throw you away. Absolutely. But if you say anything that is not correct, I'll wait. I will correct it. But I still love you as my nephew.
That's right. That's how to do it. Yeah. That's it. Oh, you gotta say
you will do me. That I beg you. When I leave from here and go to the edge of my house, when I be taking food from in the park, eating it, they talk will be lecturing. I will call you on the phone so you can hear the lecturer will be lecturing.
That's okay.
Don't matter what she's saying here.
Well, let me say something to you. I can get you food. I want to get even job we have food. It does not mean that I will say the right thing. So I know that.
I said when he knows that. Yes. So helpful to even though our ANC you're bringing a CDT application from me, even though I said no, but you were very helpful towards me. My sweet cause lost. You went to the airport. You were helping me. Everything. Looking after it.
You know the most important thing that the Rachel saying is that we are still all Liberians. We are Liberians. I say we are Liberians. Yes. Don't matter what the case. Look, when it comes to political activities, we discuss the issues. Yes. We're not been, for me, I will not bend. I won't lie to you. I won't bend. But loving you as a Liberian, I will always love every one of you people. There is no line of demarcation. The line of demarcation that is there now is that we have to make sure that the government succeeds. That's my objective.
No, yeah, we all want to do that. You know, frankly, that's why.
Because you don't even want to get all chance. I keep saying for you.
Listen, the president is someone that I really look up to for good in our country. We want it to succeed. You know we like him. But you know the truth is, when I see people commenting, saying all kinds of things, I can be laughing and I say, I wish the people understand that stop putting your neck on the chopping board for politicians. This is one country that we all have. It's about what I see as good, what you see as good, we have the video in the school, and we go on. That's one of the reasons why you see me. One thing I like about me, I've never had no enemy. UP, CDC, I'm all friend of everybody across the board. The only thing we disagree on is what to do and when to do it. But Liberia becomes Liberia for all of us.
Yes, okay. Can I come in now? Because I realized while I was on my 3-month vacation that you don't take a long straw, you don't get put chance to talk. Now we hear them, we got to split the time. One thing I want to let you know, Asa, is that When CDC government got there, Liberian people getting 6 years. They didn't do anything. They messed up the whole government. They stole all the money. They carry everything. Now we have to start from scratch. And what amazed me is that you, as a dog, got a nerve, my nephew, to say that, oh, the respite going on, oh, they weren't happy. It's just 1 month. Y'all get a chance. We get your 6 years. So all the things that you're damaged in your sport, can you imagine? We have to replenish. We have to refix everything. We got to repair. We got to replant. We got to do everything over. So it is not fair for you to judge us now within 1 month. You judging us. We're the one that fix. Who's spoiling? You spoil everything, so we need to fix it. So you just give us. We're fixing it. I say, Uncle Joe, you flew to Abidjan, you did 3 hours, you came back. You know why he went there? You know why he went to Abidjan? You don't even know why he went to Abidjan. But the woman is working. He's working. I'm back anyway. I'm back. I'm back for my nephew.
But you know, that's where I disagree. I remember very well, President Weah did not get inaugurated when he was being attacked by the Unity Party. And that President Weah started being attacked from the second he was president of Liberia. No. Let me just end. Every single nominee of the president was being attacked, not because of them, but because of President Weah. Everything that happened in Liberia was being criticized. Now, this time ended Jemima. No, actually, this time ended Jemima.
When President Weah took over, hold on 1 minute, Isaac. I know you like to talk like me. When President Weah took over, he let President Salif like 150 million. So they were there for them to play with and work around it, and it was easy. She left rice price low, everything. So he had a better opportunity. But with Uncle Joe, with President Buckeye, I so used to call him Uncle Joe. I'm sorry that my uncle, I can't help it. It's okay. When Uncle Joe, you people depleted the whole coffers. No money. So we got to repair what you did. So you're supposed to be grateful. You're supposed to be grateful on the serious note to us that we accepted the government empty. So you can come and compare. You cannot compare Ellen's living. You taking all Ellen's government. She left money there. But you put in the money, you say 40 million, no 40 million. You wrote checks. You wrote plenty checks. I've done all my research. You wrote plenty checks. Then you left 20 million, you say that 40 million. It is not true. It is not true. We cannot play with the people's mind. And I'm back in time. I just want to tell the Liberian people that I tell God, thank you for life. And my grandbaby is healthy and kicking. Yeah. And now that I want to do the people's job. I'm here for every Liberian. But let's put the facts on the table. Yeah. What we took over from y'all is a total mess. I swear to God. So you got to give us some breathing space. Like right now, we say 100 days deliverable, right? Yep. You clear the whole money, you took all the money. So how do we get it? Oh, 100-day delivery. Oh, we want to do it. Where do we get the money from? You took all the money. You clear all the money. You wrote pre-checks. You wrote checks to all your friends and you said our business. You're collecting that money. So we got to be careful how we put things out to all Liberian people. And I'm sure the Liberian people are very happy because we're in America. Oh my God, that's a Richardson. The old lady there from Minnesota, from New York, from Maryland, from Fred. Look, I'm lying to you. They called me. People were not even educated. I said, men, women from all over. Absolutely. You got to come and go. I said, don't mess on the whole thing. Dr. Richardson there, but the two diplomatic. I said, yeah, Dr. Richardson, not diplomat. There, the Bonnie Prince. Prince is a diplomat. They want to person very nearly there. But Miami will come. I said, yes, you will hit it. You will hit it. They made you give my nephew too much freedom. You're getting too much freedom. The people around the world say you got to hurry and go by your nephew on the show. You want to spoil everything here.
Thank you.
It's good to have acid though, and it's also good that Liberian people will hear the truth and nothing but the truth. Me, I'm not a diplomat. Mm-hmm. I'm somebody who is skinned. I'm somebody who will go straight and CDC know me. I will hit the hair. Mm-hmm. So I want to say
interesting that if you just joining us, call your friends, share this show.
Yes. I'm
God,
so happy.
God entered your
I'm so
mama.
happy. Celebration, can I greet the Liberian people?
Yes, please do that. Yes, please do.
My Liberian people all around the world, I want to say your hadu, and I want to say greetings to you, and also blessing unto you and unto the nation. And I want to say thank you to all the Liberian people around the world for holding on, for understanding how the situation is. No matter what the situation say, my nephew as it says here, Liberian people not stupid. They left everything up. You all know they took all the money. Nothing is in the coffers. The Ome is trying, President Baka and JKK, they are trying to put us back on track. So no matter what kind of misinformation they say here, I'm sure that people know that is the reason why they took down all the power, because they know what they were doing. So people, I want to tell you, thank you for holding the grounds, for holding this nation together while I was away. I had to go take care of my grandbaby because I knew that I had competent people on the show here to deal with. One of the things that Rachel thinks she's very diplomatic. Not diplomatic. My call in front of my call in the market. I'm here. Me, I got no mercy. Anything with the right one, not the right one, I will put it bluntly, or I will say it the way it's supposed to be. That the Rachel said, then you know the school teacher then. And you know they can deal with she can deal with human being business, psychology, other things. So she's very diplomatic. Not say she know it, or she won't have nobody feeling. But me, there's situation people I were there before. I know how to deal with them. So I just want to say hello and I'm back in town. Mama, locally, I'm back in town.
Back in town. Thank you. But what's this? Please come. I said, go ahead.
Yeah, so Andy Obama, let me first say thank you for all of the successes you've had when you were Deputy Minister at Ministry of Commerce. I'm sure you play your part to the Liberian people, and that was under the tenure of President Weah. And I'm sure your success is attributed to President Weah's success. So thank you for that. But you know, I like one thing. I like one thing you said though. You said it is good for us to tell the Liberian people the truth and real truth. And you know, I've always said one thing, that you can win elections with propaganda, but you cannot govern a country with. So let's go on to the real truth. And the Jamama, I know you said when we left the country, it was broke. President Sirleaf left the country with plenty of money. Okay, let's go to the real fact. And the real fact is, and the Jamama, when we took over the country, the price of half bag of rice, the 25 kg, was 16 United States dollars. It was President Weah's policy when they came with the subsidizing the rest that it went down to $13. The records are everywhere. You can our Minister Modat is now the minister. You can contact him, he will show you the records. And then in addition to that, in the Jamama, when we took over, we met into the national covers 7 million United States dollars. And in the Jamama, when we were leaving, we left 40 million. Now, don't believe President Weah. If you don't want to believe him, that's okay. Don't believe President Weah, it's okay. But let me tell you who you should believe. Amara Kone is a senator put to the United Party. He was one of the persons accredited to bringing victory, according to what he says. Amara Kone's own committee certified that President Weah left 40 million in the account. So if you don't believe Amara Kone now, that's war. And the other thing I wanted to say, when we came on in the Jamama, we met about less than $1 million in our national reserve. When we left more than 200 million. I mean, 100 million we left more than 200 million. And the Jamama,
100 million?
If you don't believe, 100 million? I think less than $1 million, around 97 million or something. And we left more than 207 million. No. I mean, 7 million was in the national covers, the consolidated account. But I'm saying in the national reserve. The national reserve, we left it at 100 million. If you don't believe President Weah, let me tell you.
100 million in it, or you left 100 million in it?
200 million. And if you don't believe 220 million in it, Mama, if you don't believe President Weah, let me tell you who you should believe. You should believe the president of the country right now, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Boakai, who also reaffirmed that. If you don't believe President Boakai, I'm not sure who else you would believe. And let me tell you one more last thing before I enter Jamama. This one here, the budget. We met the budget at around 500 million. When we left it at plus more than 100 million addition to the 500 million. And then, Jemama, if you don't believe President Weah, let me tell you who you should believe. Minister Boema Kamara, who is now.
It's okay now. You gotta get other people change the tone now because I know you want all land different.
Well, you just said we should speak that.
Money was there. Money was in that. We're going to know and we're going to be able to use it. There is no money. You don't need no money. That's just paper. You're just telling the Laprampo. What you're telling Laprampo is not true.
So I know you're not inviting me, right? And you're feeling inviting me on.
I will visit her tomorrow.
Auntie Mama, where have you been? we got Jerry Limick, not Jeremiah. Jerry Limick Pierre in the back. Glenny, welcome. We're going to do the first segment with Jerry Limick Pierre, the information minister. We're going to discuss everything about Liberia tonight. We also want to talk about national issue. Glenny, if you don't smile and go back in the back, I don't know your problem tonight. Don't come here being so serious. We're going to talk about
Hello, Mama. How are you?
How you doing, my baby? How you doing?
I'm good. Doc, how you doing? Hello, Isaac.
Thank you for the job. All of your CEO, your thank you. You've been doing a good job.
Mama is back now, so Glenny, you will be having only 2 days on the show because
you can even call it all set. You won't give me 0 days. I don't care. Hey, man. I want to take care of my nephew now. Come on, man.
So the issue is that, guys, I know I met you in the conversation, man. Mm-hmm. Is our country shaking or our country stable? That's what you say. No, seriously, I really want to answer.
CDC want to shake it. Our country is stable.
Auntie Mama, don't do the plenty talking now. You've been off for 3 years.
No. Stand up.
But chill, Auntie Mama.
You say you know where I was. I've been having a meeting with you. You say you know where I was. Don't tell me.
No, you never have me to me. You never have me to me. But
you jab the people, yo.
But before the rest of the guys jump in, and I know I see Jerry Limick trying to settle in, the stability of Liberia. Where are you, Dr. Richie? So you get all the data degree. You get 27 years tenure position. I don't know whether Joel and Parker will take it from that tenure position. I don't know. But you get everything. And I want to ask Glenny, that every day she go to Liberia, she can't reach because somebody in Liberia that she doesn't want to see. But where is our country, Liberia? The stability right now. When we talk about government, when we talk about the people needs, when we talk about the rescue, I remember Jeremy Pierre on Class Reloaded, fighting, punching, talking about rescue train. So I'm glad that he's in studio. I want to jam him, and I want to talk about where is our country? Is the country stable? Appointments. Is the country stable? LEC. Is the country. Mama, why you bring the man on for? I like to bring the man on. Why don't you bring the man on for? Let me finish laying the thing. I was surprised the man that you bring the man on. Damn on. Let me surprise the man first. No. Seriously, folks. Is our country stable that today LDEA officer shot an individual? They call him a Zogo. They turn around and say he's critical. But the question remains, the gun that LDEA officer carries is not from Liberia. It's an illegal gun. The man picked up his phone, information reaching us. He called to America and tell somebody to send him gun. They sent him the gun. He used the gun to shoot somebody. Where is A.B. Kerman? Why A.B. Kerman couldn't say that in the press conference today? Are they giving all 50% of the information? Let's leave that. Look at NASCAR. What's going on? But I think the president's decision today on NASCAR, I think we will talk about it, and we will bring everything to the table, folks. Let's bring in, now we're calling the honorable man, Minister of Information, Jerry Limick Pierre. As we bring in Jerry Limick Pierre on, we'll remove his sister from on set because it's not brother and sister thing yet tonight. Yeah, it's not no brother and sister. Y'all try that thing, one person will go. Jerry Limick, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
Well, I'm working as CEO, and it's good to be on the platform with all these wonderful people. I know you try in the past, especially during the political process, to get me on here, but it's good to be here now. You know, in the capacity that I'm coming in. good to see my brother and friend Azedo. I know he's in gloves. We will talk some. Dr. Richardson, good to see you. And the Mama, you stopped coming for a while.
On vacation.
You came to support the information minister?
Of course, any day.
Perfect. Since Glenn, good to see you. Yeah, so Stetton, it's good to be here.
It's good to have you. Congrats to you again. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you.
You have taken over the information ministry. It's not a strange place for you. For your record, it's not a strange place at all. So we wish, personally, I'm not going to say we, I wish you well. And I think you should do the people's job. And I believe that the president trusts in your skill and your ability. But we will not move far away from the tree. We got to go right into the issue. And sorry to our folks. We have Jeremy McPierre. Please share the program. Invite all your friends. Let's talk about Liberia today. Jeremy McPierre, Information Minister. What's the state of our nation today? I know it's less than 2 weeks since you took over. What are you hearing? What have you seen? Forget the politics. Let's be real with Liberia. Where is the state of our nation, sir?
So the first correction is I have not even taken over. So it's not correct that it's been less than.
You are not confirmed yet?
No, I was confirmed on Tuesday, but then that should be followed by the letter of appointment from the president, which I got on Friday. And on tomorrow, the formal turnover ceremony will take place at the ministry. So basically, I will get seated tomorrow after the turning over ceremony.
Thank you very much for that.
The fact that I was confirmed and I have been appointed by the president, even without formally taking over, I occupy the portfolio and I have to do the people's job.
So yet again, we come back. You're the information minister on record. We begin to change the website and put your picture and your portfolio. So congrats to you. Let's go back to my question. What's the state of our nation? Now you are the incoming or you are the current information minister, sir.
Our nation is stable, which is key. Our nation is stable, is secure. We do have different issues that we will have everywhere in the world, but the nation is stable. The government is in control. We have had just a little over a month in office. With all that we inherited, I'm not sure that there's anybody under the sun who will be thinking that all of the country's problems, all of the challenges will disappear in less than 2 months. So we know what they are. When the president asked for the trust of the Liberian people to govern, he knew there were challenges. He knew the nation was in peril, but he was also keen that they had solution and the solution will come. But it wouldn't be like creation, where God said, let there be light, and there was light. But we are focused, and the things that are required to be done will be done to keep our country floating or flowing. And again, if somewhere the nation is stable, the government is in control, and that's where we are.
I'm sorry, sir. I said, though, can you please mute yourself? Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
That's what they're taking instruction from somewhere. It's normal.
So
yeah, so that in just summary, CEO, that's what I could say. Acknowledging at the same time that there could be challenges, there could be different issues taking place that we do have all over the world, in every country in the world, even in the great United States where you sit, my brother, there are issues every day.
It would be so hard to ask my question because officially you have not taken over. So I know you have received some briefing, but it will be very hard. So let me see how best I can ask these questions. We saw you, though you have not taken over officially, but you were at the MICA briefing. You spoke about other issues at that press conference. Am I correct?
So we have not had a MICA briefing. On Thursday, we had a cabinet meeting. And immediately after the cabinet meeting, there was this security situation in King George. And because I was within the executive mansion, the press secretary was present. The Inspector General of Police was invited. I was asked. By that time, I've been confirmed, so I was asked to coordinate an engagement with the press. So yes, we had a press conference at the executive mansion that was really not the Mika press briefing.
Thank you.
But it was meant to bring the public up to speed because in communication CEO delay inputting information out is not the right approach to take. It was passing nearly 24 hours since the situation took place in Kinjal, and we thought the most appropriate thing to do was to talk to the people. Even if you did not have all of the information, it was good to say something to them and promise to provide additional information when they were available. So yes, we did that, but it was not a Mika press briefing.
Okay. One thing is yes, but it was not in this condition. It's no, but it was not in that condition. So I like how you're addressing the issue. Seriously.
The Mika press briefing is a platform that is controlled by the
Ministry of Information. That, but at least you had a press conference.
Yes, we had a joint press conference with the press secretary, with the IG of police. Today I was on state radio, being hosted by a couple of hosts from other radio stations, and there was a summer cast of that. So yes, I have done those because sometimes I can't fold my hands and look on and say, well, I have not been formally given the office which will take place tomorrow, and therefore, even though I'm confirmed, even though I have a letter of employment from the president, I will shut up and just wait until those things happen. Oh, no, it doesn't work like that.
And I appreciate that. That's a good step. Jeremy, we fought on the same side. Everybody on this show know. We won an election that was so tense. At least President Bwaka won 20,527 votes different, 1.28% of those that went to vote. So it's almost like a split country. Can you help us understand my last question, and we'll go to the rest of the guys. Your vision for the information ministry. What's new? What are you bringing?
So, and I would beg, since you asked this question, to give me a little bit latitude of time.
Go ahead, sir.
To understand the vision that we take to the Ministry of Information is to understand first and foremost what we are inheriting. Like you said correctly, I am a familiar person to the Ministry of Information. There were challenges in the past. The Information Ministry has always been a place of challenge because past governments did not prioritize funding in government communication. But I can tell you that the situation that we are inheriting there is far worse than anything we've ever seen in the existence of the Ministry of Information. I purposely had some pictures to share with you. Unfortunately, the phone that is on, I couldn't charge it and it went off. I will send it to you tomorrow so that other times you can show it, so you can see the physical condition in the building. You see restrooms, offices, and you will be asking yourself if those are places that human beings are sitting. The place is a completely dejected institution with no comfort. They go to work before electricity. Liberia is so hot. The temperature, probably due to climate change, is so hot. Since I got home, most times I would just sweat profusely and get afraid that I could fall off. But yet you have individuals who have been sitting in that place every day in the heat. I'm told, initial assessment, that small institution you see there got 413 persons on their payroll. I've been wondering, where do they sit? What work do they do? The budget of the Ministry of Information, 72% of that budget is on personnel costs. Meaning you have the rest of it, which is what 28% expected to fund programming and every operations and every other thing the ministry is supposed to do. So it's a functionally dead institution. And somebody will ask, why are you looking for trouble for yourself? Why are you taking over a dead institution such as Mika? Like you said, we fought on the inside. We knew all of those problems were there, and we said Bwaka could solve it. And if President Bwaka saw me and said, look, we together said we could solve these problems. You are a communicator. There are challenges in that sector. That's where I want you to say. Certainly, I wouldn't run away because of what the place looks like. It should be my responsibility to transform what I'm meeting. So what am I taking there? Like I said at the Senate hearing number 1, we begin to take steps to work on the situation that is confronting the individuals who are working at our ministry and the entity itself. We have people working at Place Tantrum who are going home with $40 as their pay. No boss, of course, the ministry does not have a boss. So you expect somebody to come to work 5 days a week, pay their own transportation. By the end of the month, they get $40. I don't know what kind of magic is that. I don't know how they are surviving with that kind of situation. In the immediate past government, I'm sure my brother Isaac at Ministry of Youth and Sport had a comfortable vehicle that was conveying him to and from work. The folks at the Ministry of Information, only the minister proper had a vehicle. All the deputy and assistant ministers were not issued a vehicle for the entire term of the administration. And I'm sure my brother Isaac is aware. Whatever the and Eugene had brought that to your attention here several times. I heard him crying on the show that he had one old car that was smoking and breaking down with him because he was part of that team. That's the kind of situation that the Ministry of Information is faced with. Talking about office equipment, machines, laptops, zero. A ministry of the size of the Ministry of Information, LEC is not stable. The guy LEC current on the building that hardly comes. But ask me if they have a generator that can step in when there's no LEC. None. None. If I get to my office on tomorrow, I'm going to do a short video and send it to you. It's not habitable. I've been working overnight to see what I can do that will enable me to be able to sit in there. So like I said at the Senate hearing, that ministry is like a cemetery. And I pity the condition of those who are there because, in a work environment, and that the agency will know this much, the psychological impact on people. When a working environment where they are just demoralized. They don't see themselves as human beings because no human being should be treated in that kind of way. But that's why they have stood up. That's why they've been working, irrespective of the condition. Maybe part of the problem is the ministry does not need 413 employees. Maybe they don't even exist. And because of that, the 72% of that budget that is supposed to go to personnel costs is being spent on wisely because people taking it are not working. So one of the things we said we do personnel audit as quickly as possible, so that we'll find out the actual workforce. Since the money is already budgeted, then you can see how you spread it furthermore so that people get something decent that can help them to take care of their and their family. Now that's the institutional problem with the Ministry of Information. But we need relationship with you guys in the media. So the second portion of our vision is to strengthen our relationship with the broader media community, whether the domestic ones or the international ones. Because if a government cannot foster collaboration and cooperation with the media, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. The media can make or break. You're not buying them over, right? But you must foster a relationship that will make them to see that their obligation to the society is such that it must be emboldened with patriotism. When media personnel are patriotic, they are keen on their work. Truth-telling will be the hallmark of their work. They wouldn't do propaganda. They wouldn't incite. They wouldn't do those things that could set the country apart. They will work to tell the truth. And nobody should stop a media personnel from telling the truth. So that's the second portion about it. Third, the country has a triangular communication structure where you have the Ministry of Information, you have LBS, and you have the Executive Branch on Public Affairs. There will be a need to collaborate in a very strong manner so that our messaging is synchronized, so that people are not seen doing different things at different times, and somebody will be wondering, but is it not the same government? I think that should be working together. How come everybody doing their own thing? It's my responsibility as the Minister of Information to make that to happen. Thirdly, the ministry is called the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. But I'm going to be honest with you. As a person who served there before as a deputy minister and as an acting minister in 2017 when the minister proper was dismissed, not much has always been done with tourism. And I can understand why. The Ministry of Information basically is a political structure. And when you take programming like tourism, culture, and place them on a political establishment, they will get buried. And that's why I'm happy that the president has taken the decision I think it started from President Weah, credit to him, to establish the National Tourism Authority. And the act concerning that process was passed by the lower house. I think it went to the Senate, went to the president. For some reason, it wasn't signed. I think he had some concern. So President Bouaka said at the State of the Union address, they're going to withdraw that. They're going to look at it and strengthen where they need to strengthen, and they will resubmit it. And after that, they will establish the National Tourism Authority. The ministry is at the forefront of making sure that that happens. So that's part of my team and our responsibility to do so. So it's a whole lot of stuff, Stanton. Some of them we may not even be able to easily do it with ease because we don't have the resources. You heard Legend who say one time they have 17,000 for a whole year for operational costs. Right now, you don't even have 5,000 for the rest of the year for operational costs. But that's where we're going. Part of it is that one of the things I realized is when we just look up to government in a country where everything is a priority, is a problem. So part of what I've decided to do is that we establish what we call the Project Implementation Unit. And the individual that will be recruited will be vetted independently. They will come with the professional expertise that are required. And they will be focused on projects that will attract donors. Because that's the only time donors put their money in institutions. They don't just give money to politicians to spend anyhow. If you have a project implementation unit, the individuals recruited there are very qualified. The process leading to their recruitment was very independent. They begin to develop project proposals that will attract the donors. They will put money there for those projects. And when they put money there, you can have space to do other things beyond just what government gives you. Because if it will be left with just what government gave us, eventually the Ministry of Information will have to shut it down.
You know what? You went into deep. I couldn't say more. I think this is the reality of the information ministry. We're going to give the other panelists a chance to ask a question. Now I have taken a lot of questions from everything you just explained. And yet and still you say our country is stable. Yet and still you say the country is stable. So I will come back with the second round of my questions. Dr. Richardson, Aunt Jemima, Glendy, and Asido, please.
Minister, it's good to have you at Spoon. I look forward to seeing you often here to provide the Liberian people the information that they need. My question to you, I'm hearing you say that there's no funding, and I believe you. I believe that the government is broke. I also heard you say that you intend to hire what I call project managers to attract donor funding. To me, that's a band-aid. That's a temporary situation. What other plans do you have to have long-term funding for the ministry?
So the Ministry of Information as a state institution and the kind of structure it is, globally, it's not a revenue generating place, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes it's very difficult to say we can do this one to get money because you don't generate revenue. The tourism sector, of course, is supposed to be a kind of revenue generating thing. What I found out is that because they have supervisory authority over the hospitality industry, the hotels and all these places. And I was told they are paying as low as, I think, $25. You don't raise revenue like that, right? And what brings money to tourism is that hotels will pay levies to you because the hotels are also paying taxes to government, right? So, but if they needed to be registered within your database and some fees are required for that, those kinds of fees are peanuts, right? So the most sustainable part of what you can do if you should keep the Ministry of Information going should be government funding. But I'm just saying, in addition to government funding, if you establish a program implementation unit, and I've seen that work, I've seen it work at the Ministry of Agriculture. And by way of information, I'm originally an agronomist. I got my first degree as an agronomist, so I have deep knowledge in the agricultural sector. And I've been able to look deeply at what they've been doing there, even from President Selig time. The project implementation unit at that ministry attracted millions, right? And so the Ministry of Agriculture, they don't just look up to government budget. Government will give them maybe 12, 13, 14,000, millions, sorry. But they bring millions of other dollars on different projects in the ministry. I think that can also happen in our sector if we establish that unit, have the rest staffing in it, and they begin to look at the different things we have to do as a ministry and figure out which one can attract donors and begin to develop those kinds of projects. We will have real sustainable income coming to the ministry.
Yeah. So what do you think about this idea of a national tourism authority agency separating tourism and culture affairs from the ministry? I think that it should be a ministry of tourism. That is so important in terms of our country and how funds will be generated for the budget of our country. But to have it as, I think, having like a national tourism authority is a kind of like a subservient agency, another putting tourism on the side a little bit. What are your thoughts about that versus a ministry versus authority agency?
Yeah, so the truth is, whenever government thinks about appointing a minister of information, they only look at one thing: the ability to talk plenty.
That is.
And it's a miscalculation because you're going to manage people, right? You're going to manage an institution, complete institution. Therein, you also have tourism, you also have culture, but nobody cares whether that minister even has any passion for anything called tourism or culture. But once you can talk plenty, you're shouting, oh, everybody's in the mayor, ain't going to be firing the people. So, because of that, it makes the ministry to appear more like a political entity.
Correct.
And every other thing associated with it will get hidden. So, it is from that perspective that I believe taking culture and tourism away from the ministry, establishing an independent entity called the National Tourism Authority. And I will add, because I've also said that to President Bouaka, that when you're appointing people to that authority, it should be void of the normal political patronage kind of appointment, right? Yeah. You can have an independent vetting committee who will vet the individuals you want to send there. They can do it and shortlist people. Probably for the head of the agency, they give you 3 names right after the vetting process. And you just have the opportunity to take one. You can do it to all of the deputies. When you do that, the individuals you have before you to be sent to that authority will be people who are fairly qualified for clear appreciation of what it takes to move the tourism industry forward. But I've always given another caveat, which I said when I went for my confirmation hearing. We can establish the authority. We can do all the other things that are meant to enhance tourism. But if our country, if we don't behave in the country, for example, like we are ready to be peaceful people, that we are stable, that the richest thing, that no tourists will get in plane to go to a country where every day they see people blocking road.
Yeah.
Where people can, cause trouble and nobody will go there. So yeah. It's a two-way street, right? As we establish the institutional framework, our attitude and the way we conduct ourselves as a nation will be key to any advancement in tourism.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Pierre. Yes, Auntie Mama.
Okay, well, I really don't have any question for him because he has elaborated on most of the things that I thought about. I want to give him the support that is. I know very well that you are only qualified for the job, and we are prepared to support you in any way and form. What you just said by bringing investor in, actually, that tourism, for me, I think the tourism should stay on information. But if it even goes on another authority, I think you should still have a oversight over that because it still, it needs that oversight. And whosoever that you guys going to choose, they should be coming from, they should know something about the airline, they should know something about the hotel, they should know something about every little thing because all the things intertwine. So you shouldn't just pick anybody and just put, and you have to put somebody who will be in the interest of the government to bring billions in. Honestly, because if you want to appoint somebody to such an industry that will bring in millions, You have to make sure that you put in somebody there who will be in the interest of the government and the people of Liberia. It will not be friendship. It shouldn't be, anything else. It should be somebody, like you said, who will bring in money. So we should take that into consideration. And you got our support. Thank you.
Thank you.
You and who make it our?
No, my nephew. You
say you got our support. Who make it our?
Thank you.
Granny?
The energy you are talking to, because I know I will get even as they don't support.
Let's wait and see.
So, Honorable Minister, congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing your work. We wish you all the very best. I want to ask you a specific question about LBC.
Yes, ma'am.
And what would the collaboration look like with the information minister and ministry and LBC, so that we don't see two separate entities that are supposed to be working collaboratively for the government of Liberia?
Thank you. I'm sure it's with that in mind that statutorily the Minister of Information is the chairperson of the board of the Liberia Broadcasting System. So as the Minister of Information, I would be the chairperson.
Wait, Charlie, wait. You just said you forgot boss.
Of course. Yes.
No, go ahead. Don't be politics.
Don't bring politics in it. I don't want you to ask that questions there.
Every day he must say talk. Every day we do talk.
He told me everything you guys, when you were here, you guys talk all the time. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The Minister of Information is the chair of the board, meaning you and the board do have some say in the running of that entity.
Yes.
Even today, just this evening, before I could come on your show, I was with the president. And I said to him, Mr. President, a lot is happening, and we appear to be a little bit slow in constituting the government communication team. Because at ERBC, it's only Fagon who has been appointed. He should have 5 deputies. Not a single one of them are appointed. He has not even been called for confirmation. The Minister of Information, I was appointed along with one of the deputies, Daniel Samuel. There are 8 more persons who are supposed to be appointed. They have not been appointed. So I was saying to him, Chief, we have a whole deal of work on our hands. And communication is critical and strategic. Mm-hmm. We have to be fast in constituting the team so that they can do the work they're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. So in the past, and I will answer the question from my past experience. I was press secretary. Eugene Namwe, at another point, Louis Brown, they were at Ministry of Information. Ledger Rennie, at one point, Darrell Ambruman, they were at LBS. The Minister of Information coordinated us in such a way that every week, I think it was on a Wednesday, we have the joint communication team meeting so that we are on the same page. But one of the things you got to do if the communication team should work is that you should respect territorial confinement, right? So Kura, for example, is the presidential press secretary. Her work is so restricted to speaking for the president. The Minister of Information speaks for the entire government. LBS is not in the business of speaking for government. It's a programming entity.
Yes.
Right? And most of the times, their programming will capture government's achievement, their programs, their policy, so that the people know what the government is doing. So, for example, nobody at LBS can give a reaction to anything that's happening in the country if it concerns the entire government or if it concerns the president. If it concerns the president, Madam Fufana should be ready to do that. If it concerns the entire government, the information minister should do that. And if it is just helping to send out government messages so that the people are aware of what the government is doing, ERBC takes the lead because they run a complete media entity. Once those territorial confinements are respected through coordination among the 3 sectors of the 3 components of the sector, it worked well. It worked in the past. I'm sure it will work now, particularly considering the close camaraderie and friendship that exists between both Kula on one hand and Eugene on another hand and me, you know, sometimes the team don't work when people fighting each other, when they have no cross fighting and the fighting, right? If you don't see the need to fight, for me, it's not about boss. Someone stand up and say, so Eugene boss. No, I'm not Eugene boss. I chair the board of Eugene's entity. And the goal is to help him, not to be bossy over him. Does that answer your question, Glennie?
Yes, it does. I have a second question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because in the past government, we saw that ELBC folks and some information ministry folks contributed to propaganda, where they went and sought out stories that they will participate in, or they will help poor people, struggling people, to be able to give the government a good name, to say that the government were concerned about their citizens. I want to ask you specifically, what will be information ministries? I understand the information ministry is there to propagate the president's message. Is that correct?
No, it's not fully correct.
Okay. So if that's not correct, let me, you can add that when you answer. If that's not correct, to propagate the president's message, I want you to also speak to the fact where some people will say the propaganda arm of the government is information ministry. How would you tell us that that is not true?
So they are wrong. Government entities do not do propaganda. The essence of having a Ministry of Information not to do propaganda, and I'm sure all of you here would know exactly what propaganda is. You should, the hallmark of your work should be truth-telling. And that's not what you find in propaganda. So I said, when I appeared at the Senate, I said one thing that nobody should look up to me and my team to do at the Ministry of Information is to be propagandist. No, it will not be. Because the ministry should not be involved with propaganda. And I don't believe either that the Liberia broadcasting system should be used for anything called propaganda. What is happening in the country? Is the government building roads? Ministry of Information talk about it. LBS talk about it. Right? Something happened in Cape Town, in King George. People concerned. The people die. I can't do propaganda with that. If people die, I must come as a Minister of Information and say, yes, this thing happened in King George. And as a result of what happened, 1 person died, 2 persons died, 3 persons died. Right? What do? Maybe somebody say we're bringing electricity in the ship, and the ship will be on sea and provide electricity. I should tell the public about that. Right? The World Bank said they're giving the country $1 billion for XYZ project. Through me, through ELBC, that information should reach the public. The government say, oh, the health system collapsed. We're making XYZ intervention that will make sure it pick the health system out. What are those interventions? I should tell the public. ELBC should have to lift it because they are doing radio programming, television programming, all of that. That's what we should be doing. And I just shared this joke with you. One key, very important government official, and we're trying to put a team together. And somebody should have gone to a particular place. The president said, no, but they play up with the president. Not correct, man, is a propagandist. And I said to the person, I said, Chief, officials of the Ministry of Information, they are not employed to do propaganda. So if this person is a propagandist, then they should not be at the Ministry of Information. They are there to honestly speak the truth to the people. You can lie. I mean, just look at this example, Stanton and the rest of the colleagues. In Iraq, when the Americans were invading, and they were almost taking the whole country, you have one information minister on air, just lying to the people.
But that Bob.
And the people they were carried away by that lie and by those lies, and by the time they would come to themselves, they were already being overrun by the Americans. You're not an information minister when you do that. Some people would have gotten prepared in better ways to seek safety, do some other thing that would have saved their lives. One minister was telling them something on the contrary, and many of them were caught unaware. That's not the work of a Minister of Information. You don't lie. You don't do propaganda. You got to be truthful to the people. And by the time they realize you are truthful, you'll be credible to them, they will believe you, and by extension, they'll believe the government. They will say, oh, Jerry, come here, that thing I true, you say it. But you come and say, I don't lie, you come here again. You come and lie to us. That credibility problem. They will not listen to you anymore, you're in trouble. So, no, Since Glendale, the Ministry of Information, the Broadcasting System, the Office of the Press Secretary, none of these areas should be doing anything called propaganda. You can do propaganda like what we did during the election process. We wanted to do 100% propaganda. We established the class reloaded. It was 100% propaganda. They say bring opposition people here as guests. We're not bringing no opposition person here. This is a 100% Waka platform, not a radio station.
Yes.
So that somebody can say, be balanced, be fair. No, not radio station. What be fair to?
Thank you.
Can be Waka president. And only Waka message we appreciate.
Yes.
And majority of it, yes, some true, but as I do, don't get problem that propaganda do win election. If you come to election, better you will not effective on propaganda, you will lose. So on that one, we beat you on it, and and I won the election. That's where propaganda belongs. In governance, you should not bring propaganda.
I was going to share another example, the COVID example of Donald Trump. You can also use that as a propaganda.
Exactly. That's correct.
Thank you. I should do your question, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. It's nice to see you. But just to let you know, I'm sure you are not aware. You are my neighbor. We live very close together. Yeah, but I'm always. Yeah, I'm always in. So a lot of
come over the weekend, I drink some beer, and we'll call our video and show Stanton I was drinking beer.
Yeah, no problem. Just get me soft drink because I don't drink beer. But you get my full support actually. As my neighbor, you should always rest assured on me. But let's go to real. If I got a few quick questions, I can be yes or no, and we'll be very short. But before I do that, you are the official government mouthpiece. Please allow me messages to the president through you as the official mouthpiece of the government, between the government and the people. So first of all, I want to say thanks to the president for promising to publish his assets. I want to say that has not been done yet. Also, some 365,000 was used on funfair by the United Party. Report was promised. Long time, there is no report yet. Investigation into the AFL wives issues was promised in 2 weeks. It's been way beyond that 2 weeks. And of course, today is March 4. Civil servants have not received salary yet. But Mr. Pierre, let me just ask you: have you declared your assets? Just yes or no?
No, it would not be yes or no. An information minister does not answer questions yes or no. You know what he's doing.
Okay.
So
right.
I indicated to you that I got my letter of appointment on Friday. Today is Monday. I have not taken one. I'm taking over tomorrow. In my acceptance speech, when I take over tomorrow, one of the things I'm going to be saying is that eventually, right after that, I will declare my asset. Not just that, I will do the drug test that the president asked us to do. So, obviously, yes, to answer those questions, I will do that.
Okay, well, thank you.
I could not have done so before taking over.
Is it going to be public?
Yes, I'm not a rich guy, so.
You will ask a question, please.
No, because I was jumping on that question. I didn't want to do that.
So yeah, again, let me just add that line to the president through you. That a lot of your government officials have not declared their assets yet. I know you remember.
Which they should do. They should do. You're right about that. They should do.
Right. And so, Minister, I wanted to ask you, why are you the Minister of Information? Why did you accept that job? Why did you be the Minister of Information? Why?
So I say, here is the truth. My public sector governance experience moves more than 10 years. Of the more than 10 years, 8 years of that period was spent on government communication. 8 years of my 10 years in government was on government communication. I started my government service at the Ministry of Gender when I was an ordinary employee, like you see all the other civil servants. Then I became a planning officer, the highest level of civil servant beyond director, assistant director, and all these people. And then I led a project in the ministry called the National Child Rights Observatory Group. When you Google it, you will see that. It was involving child rights monitoring and reporting. And then I became assistant minister. Those were the few years out of the over 10 years that I spent on something else. The rest of the 8+ years was spent on public sector government communication. As Deputy Minister for Public Affairs, as Presidential Press Secretary, as Acting Minister of Information. I'm sure when JND was looking around to find his minister, he looked at that and say, But who can we see in our midst who got this deep experience, also backed by strong education? And by the way, I hold a master's degree in international relations from the UL and an MPA in public administration from the Harvard Kennedy School. So two things were happening here: the relevant work experience and the academic credential. And you need to also know this. When I came to Harvard, I came on a government scholarship. So the money that enabled me to receive the degree from Harvard was paid for by taxpayers, right? So if there's a sector as rotten as the Ministry of Information, and the president said, come and serve, if I said no, I'll be so unfair to the people because they have money educated me. How do I say no to them because I'm being sent to some nasty sector of the government? I must use the education they have given me, move into that rotten place and seek to transform it. So that's why I accepted the job, Chief.
All right, thank you. So, if the speaker is...
no, finance. But
I'm coming back.
Can you have this conversation one at a time? You and Glennie don't try to protect.
I have not said anything yet today. I have not said anything. Nothing.
So I have sent questions.
I have sent
questions already.
I have sent a video to studio. Studio, if you are listening to me, can you kindly play the video? And I want the minister to respond to the video.
But can I ask all the questions?
Please, we're backing you up. You will ask other questions if you want to. We shouldn't interrupt. I said, which one of the video you want them to play?
I sent a video of the minister now asking the then Kennedy Ambassador Joseph Boycott specifically to the position that he occupies.
I'm a former official of the Ministry of Information. And even me, sitting in that position, always used to question why they have an entity called Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. Well, basically what that ministry does is just pure emphasis and focus on communication and information. And you look around, see a country like Gambia, see Rwanda. These are countries that are doing great with revenue generation in the tourism sector. You think it's about time we approach tourism from a different perspective, including institutional restructuring, because what sense does it make when Ministry of Information is for information, cultural affairs, and tourism, and basically year in, year out, culture and tourism are buried. And even in terms of the personnel, when you're appointing people to that ministry, there are people who basically are communicators. They don't know anything about tourism, but yet they are managing information, cultural affairs, and tourism. What plans are there, JMB? I guess we can make generate a lot of revenue in that tourism sector if we do the right thing.
I have a lot of documentation. Jeremy, if you're going to look for a job, the Ministry of Information, there won't be any Ministry of Information. We don't need it now.
Wow. Thank you.
Ministry of Information.
That's a breaking news.
Is there a question beyond?
What's your question, Isaac?
What a question? I'm telling you.
Aunt Jemima, can you please don't interrupt? We're begging you, please. Please, we're begging you, Aunt Jemima. Let's have a good show. Isaac, what's your question?
So, like I asked you earlier on, Minister, during the campaign, through you, then Kennedy told the Liberian people what you term a policy decision, that the Ministry of Information is absolute. There will not be any Ministry of Information, and you are the Minister of Information today. So my question is, can you apologize to the Liberian people that what you said then was just for the sake of saying and not for the reality of governing the country?
So what did I say? Let's have a conversation. What did I say? So I think you should be commending me. I said it's a problem having tourism and culture buried on our Ministry of Information, and all that the people there do is communication.
Yes.
And perhaps Joseph Walker listened to me.
Yes.
And so we are about to have what we call the National Tourism Authority.
Thank you.
So what is the contradiction I want to apologize for? But secondly, let me just say this. On the question of even whether we should have Ministry of Information or not, and I said, man, you work in government, oh, David Minister, I think you know how processes work. So you think it is Joseph Boakar's authority to wake up in the morning and say there should be no Ministry of Information and that's it? Every government entity that are created by law can only cease to exist when those laws creating those entities are repealed. Until you repeal them, the entity exists. And once the entity exists, it should function until otherwise. So President Boakar has a problem with Minister of Information. That is some 2 years later, the legislature agreed with him and they repealed the law creating the Ministry of Information. At that point, the ministry does not exist. At that point, the Olympic is no longer information ministry. Nothing contradictory has happened yet. The way we run government institution is not creation. Only in creation, God could say, let there be light, and there was light. President Boakar cannot say, let there be no Ministry of Information, and all of a sudden, there's no Ministry of Information.
All right. So thank you. But before when Stella can
you better tell them to play whole video, therefore you ask your question. Then I want answer now, you want commission.
I have another question though.
So the thing is,
I'm gonna do Ryan, guys.
Go ahead. Let me
you already asked two.
Yeah, that's okay. We're gonna do another round. We're not fighting. We are not many.
Yeah, we're not fighting. I just want to make it.
Guys, you got with the one moderator, please. Go ahead, Isaac.
Again, Minister, I'm sure you heard my question. Minister, I want us to talk. Just leave the other opinions. That's okay. Then again, Minister, let me reiterate. Probably you didn't hear me good. You cheered for a policy statement. Policy governs the country from the government. The incoming government had policies that they will lay down. You cheered a policy statement. And that policy statement said there will be no Ministry of Information. We knew that President Boakar now was only talking because talking was available under President Weah. But our people were made to believe that after coming from government for more than 40 years, this Kennedy now is coming to government to do X, Y, Z. Today, you and I are talking, and you occupy the position as Minister of Information. The very same ministry that you had will not exist.
Okay, because the Ministry of Information exists until the act creating the ministry is repealed.
Yes.
That is ABC. Wait. When you're talking at talk, this is so elementary. This is so ABC, and I find it difficult. Why a former deputy minister will not easily understand it.
Thank you.
This is governance.
Yes.
Angie Mama, can you let them to talk? Angie Mama, please.
I'm not saying anything.
Jeremy, hold on 1 minute.
Guys, I'm not saying anything.
Angie Mama, please, we're backing you. You know, we should just give each other, the time.
The CEO, I have a problem. You gave me too much time on the show.
Mama, you cannot interrupt the show because you have a problem. This is not nothing personal.
Why should you have so much leverage?
You cannot do this. We're backing you, please.
Okay, go ahead.
We're backing you. We have a guest. Let the guest answer. Let's ask him a question, please. Go ahead, Honorable.
So I don't want to appear arrogant and be a chest-beating person, but please remember that I went to a school of government. I just did not come to America to go to one of its best schools. But the school was a school of government. We're discussing governance here, my brother. Even though Boakar said he does not need a Ministry of Information, there are processes laid down to undo the existence of a government institution. But mind you now, until that is done, the institution exists. And the institution should run. I just gave you a history, probably you didn't pay attention to it. I said Liberian people tax data sent me to Harvard. The institution still exists until the law creating it is repealed. Yes. The president said, come and serve the institution because it still exists. Yes. You see, I was saying no because when Joseph Boakar said there will be no Ministry of Information, I was in the affirmative. What if after 2 years we go through the legislative process and repeal the law creating the Ministry of Information? That's a legacy for me. I would have been the final minister who presided over the process of seeing the dissolution of the Ministry of Information. Don't you think so?
Thank you very much. Joint Information Minister Jeremy Pierre, thank you. As though we appreciate all your questioning. The reason why we gave you more questions is because you are alone on the other side of the river, and it will be best for you to ask those questions.
So which side is that? That's not you. Which side is that? I'm on which side?
Let me ask.
Which side is that?
Let me ask
I don't mean on the seaside, me and
Yeah, what side he on?
when you guys moderating the more, you can sanction us,
Yes,
okay?
sir.
When you guys moderating the more, you can sanction us,
Y'all
please.
gotta be
One
unfair,
moderator at a
yo.
time. Joe, let me ask you a question. You know, I go through this every day on the show. We had 3 females, now added Aunt Mama at 4. We're gonna give them, schedule time.
And women's month here, oh.
Yes, more.
Women's month, oh. What you were yo?
Let me ask you my question. Let get into some serious issue. Yeah, I know you have that taken over here, but you're no stranger to the Liberian politics. You're no stranger to Liberian politics. The politics is bigger than you, it's bigger than me. Again, actually, though, I think that video that was played by Minister Doe is unique. But I was approached about this tourism and the Minister of Information, and I said exactly what you alluded to at the time. And I think the government through the leader President Waka, he's walking that walk to separate the ministry, which of course is something good. Let me come back to current issue. What is affecting our country? Talk to us about the war crime code. What are you hearing? I'm going to put this up because it is important. There you have it. The establishment of the War and Economic Crime Court. What are you hearing? You have spoken to the president, directly or indirectly. What you can tell us, if you have, but I believe you're hearing through the vineyard that everything that is happening right now, are we marching towards the World Economic Crime Court? Before you speak, Honorable Minister, I want to put up what happened today from the meeting that was held today by Speaker Funati Kofa. There you go. You know, a lot of people, this lady Beth Van Veskart, I think that's her name, coming in with the fight to establish this court. We are hearing that it will take place in Ghana. The prison will be in Ghana. The issue of the war crime code, which is so dear to everyone, everybody moving with this story. Can you speak to the nation tonight? What do you know? And how serious is this?
So Stanton, the way we can arrive at the decision as to whether we have a war and economic crime code or not is well established. But before then, let me say to you, because Azri, my friend Azri, was very keen on the campaign period. Yes, on the campaign period, during the campaign period, there were a lot of questions asked about war and economic crime code. It was not just that President Bouaka committed himself to accountability generally. And this is where it gets interesting when people try to define the scope of accountability. President Bouaka committed to accountability. And that's what, even as I speak to you, they're working on the establishment of the asset recovery team. That's accountability. You heard the police IG saying all of the mysterious deaths, questionable deaths that took place. We are going to open the files and address them. That's accountability. Moving towards a war and economic crime code is also the question of accountability. I can remember folks held onto this thing so much until General Johnson himself, because sometimes that's where it gets interesting. People who talk about these things, they try to be focused on a particular person. And the man said, "Oh, you're being war crime code." Myself, I want to know what happened at Lutheran Church. I want to know what happened at this. But there are laid down procedures, right? So the only way we can take a step towards establishing a war crime code is that the national legislature should pass on a resolution agreeing that the country needs a war and economic crime code. Step number one. Step number two.
Can I hold you to step number one? Allow me to interrupt you, please, on that step number one. Could the President Joseph Yeman Boakai apply his executive order in establishing the war crime code?
Absolutely, it doesn't work. Executive orders.
Would the President Joseph Yema Boycott apply, bringing, for example, I want to pause you there because a lot of questions coming up and it came up today because we have the lady in Liberia. I know you know who we're talking about, that the
Yeah,
ambassador,
I know.
Def Vanna. She's in Liberia.
Yeah.
Before you proceed, let me play this video. I beg you. This is very sensitive, as you said. We want the Liberian people to enjoy the conversation on this wise. Let me play this video.
That I just, you know, we've been on this journey together for a long, long time. And I wanted to thank you for the phone call. And I just wanted to ask you again, why did you want me to come over here when you?
Well, you've been a good friend of Liberia. And I don't see it just as a duty. I see it as a concern for a country that you have interest in and you pursue that. And we believe your concerns are genuine. And so we've opened the door for us to work together. That's why we call you.
Well, Mr. President, I can't tell you how many people worldwide, when they read your speech and you talked about having an office of the War Crimes and Economic Crime Court to facilitate the creation of this tribunal, international tribunal here in Liberia to bring the justice to the people. I heard it from the U.S. My phone blew up, as you can imagine. People said I could not believe, and they were so ecstatic and elated. And since I've been here, I've heard the same thing. So I wanted to thank you again and give you full assurances that we will do everything we can to help you bring justice for the victims of those 250,000 people that were killed during the 2 civil wars that happened.
Well, Alan, you know, in every country, and especially a country that boasts of independence, 176 years, and you know very well that.
So I'm sorry, the producer just said there's no audio, Minister. I couldn't go through the radio, so he will be playing it from his end. But I think, you know, you have seen the clip, you have seen the. Are you hearing me, Nelson? Nelson? Dr. Richardson, you can hear me, right?
No, son.
Yes, I can hear you, Stanton. I can hear you.
Okay, that's the studio.
Studio. But
it was okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No, I was saying, I think you know about this video. I wanted to play, but you have seen it, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, I've seen it.
Is the video legit?
Well, I'm not sure what I can say whether it's legit or not, but we all see President Bouaka in there. Except, and I haven't had a chance to talk the video with him, right? But I would do so. But I don't have any reason to doubt whether the video is the president.
So let's get it straight. And if you can give me an answer, I can call you tomorrow, you confirm. Because a lot of folks on the other side saying this is a fake video.
Yeah, but you know, maybe you can call Kuda, right? She's the presidential press secretary. She may have seen the video. You can even, instead of waiting for tomorrow while we're on, you can give her a call to confirm.
Can we give you a break? You call her, because I don't want it to come from me. I'm Stanton. I'm supporter of Joseph Yema Boycott. You're now the Minister of Information representing the country. Can you call her? And can you confirm it? We'll give you a few seconds. Can you do that?
All right. If you want me to do that, let me do so.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. The reason why I'm saying this, Dr. Richard saying, Glendy and Jemima, and I said, though, people that talk about War Crime Code is saying that this video is fake, both on the international side and at home in Liberia. But a lot of groups are saying this is a legit video. But you see in the video, there's a split screen, a line is coming in the middle, if you see in the video. So let's just establish whether this video is fake or not, and then we can move in with our question, because there's something coming up, and I'd like to ask Jerry Lemick. It's a two.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay, No, I want you to place the call. I'm going to talk to the panelists. I want to get their view. What do you think, Glenny? Let's talk about the video while our brother is making that phone call. Is this video seem fake to you?
So I don't know. This video has been around for a while. A lot of people commented on it. I don't know if Kula was asked about it in the press conference. I'm trying to remember, but I mean, I don't know. If they put it out there, people think it's authentic. I think we talked about it here before. We've shown it here before. If they're now saying that it's not, that leads to the fact that someone needs to clarify that this video is not authentic.
Dr. Richardson?
I don't know. I actually have not had the opportunity to closely watch the video, but it seems in line with what Fanatic Kufa is saying, that he met with this Beth, I forgot her last name, woman in Liberia to discuss war crimes court. So it seems to be in line with that. I think, Stanton, you should push your question about an executive order about war crimes court. I heard you say it, but then you stopped.
I did that for a reason, because people watching Jerolimic, I mean, very top people watching him. Yes, sir.
I'm not getting Kura, but your correspondent here in the studio, I think it's Chilope, right?
Nelson
Kula. Nelson is saying Kula addressed the question of that video at one of her briefings at the executive management to the effect that the video is fake.
Okay, so we cannot get the information from Nelson. And sorry that he put himself in that position. He's a producer. We want to hear it from you. So Senkula is not picking up. I don't want the people to say, John Lehman said, the producer said it's fake. So Nelson, don't get yourself in situation. We have to call Mo Ali. Don't do that.
But the man tell me that it's a situation you can handle because you were there, you heard her saying it.
Yeah. I thought I heard her say something about it, but I couldn't.
The reason why I'm asking you, though, because Prince Yedu Johnson, Senator of Nema County, said the video is fake. He's on tip doing his church service.
Honestly, I haven't discussed the video anywhere. I haven't even watched it to any extent. And that's why I thought Kura, the spokesperson of the president, around the president, would know more. And again, you say we should not depend on him, but he says, yes, he was there. Kura said the video is fake. So,
So, but then let me give the guys a chance to go ahead and ask the question. Dr. Richard saying, let's do a real hard one question quick because we want to enjoy Jerry Limit PM, please, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, do two. Go ahead, do two.
Thank you. I'm going to just kind of carry on from what Stanton stopped. He was asking you if President Booker can put in an executive order to establish the war crime court. And I was initially hearing you say no, but in my opinion, the executive order is just as much as a directive from the president that is a law until the legislature overrides the president, and of course the president has the right to veto. So it's a sequential of events that can happen.
So that the Regency executive orders are meant to take temporary actions, not permanent actions.
Mm-hmm.
That's why every executive order has a left span. All right?
I'm not sure about that. I'm
no,
not sure.
It's true. It's true. This is something that I did for 6 consecutive years as press secretary. Most or nearly all of the executive orders have a 1-year span, left span.
Yes. However, in that 1 year, it goes to the legislature, and the legislatures can choose to either.
Okay, go ahead.
No, because you want to tell me about executive orders, and I'm telling you, we have had Sarah's. Donald Trump was in power. The first thing he did was to, override Obamacare. So I got very interested in the whole idea of executive orders. But my point to you is the president can express his seriousness about this war crime court by evoking and implementing an executive order, and then the legislature can agree or not agree to it, and he has the choice to veto. I mean, it can be a long time conversation, but this to me is the seriousness of this matter. But let me hear your opinion about it.
So Liberia will now establish a war crime code based on executive order, and I'm sure Ashley knows that very well. To have a war crime code established in Liberia has to be a legislative action, not executive order. The president generally can want to solve certain temporary situations, right? and they can issue executive orders. A matter as important as the War Crime Code that will be trying to address the issue of accountability cannot be decided by an individual. In this case, the president is that individual. The legislature consists of people who are the representative of all of the citizens across the country. And that is why legally it is required that they will have to. And I think I saw a couple of lawmakers, I think Representative Arnold posted a post signing the resolution, say, today I happily sign the resolution. So if they, in their two-third majority, sign onto the fact that we did avoid economic crime code, it doesn't even let it to just pass. In the end, the president himself has to sign onto it. That's why the way the legislative process works, everything they do must be approved by the president. If the president rejects it and say I veto it, it goes back to them. But then at that point, they can override it with two-third majority. So
that's precisely what I just said to you.
Yeah, so if they pass a piece of
I just said to you, but it can start the optics to look good for the president. That the president is interested in war crimes code and economic crimes code if he initiates that. That is what I'm saying. And the legislature can agree or disagree with him, but you are choosing the route of the legislature. That's fine.
Dr. Richardson, I will repeat, the president cannot initiate action to create a war in economic crime code. The actions that are required for that will have to come from the legislature. In the end, it must have the president's approbation, but he cannot initiate that.
I think differently, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree on that. My next question to you is, Liberia, there's a lot of language barrier in terms of communication. We have different tribes, different people understand different languages. What is your plan in terms of making sure that you reach out to Liberian people with all of the different barriers that they have, language being one, inaccessibility to media is a second one. What plan do you have? Because everybody don't understand the same language that you and I are speaking now.
When I visited ELBC today, they showed me two things that really surprised me. So they run a number of frequencies. One of those frequencies, I'm just forgetting, they call the frequency number. All they do, all day broadcasting, but only in the languages. It's a complete radio station. You turn to that frequency, a dancer will come and do the Basel programming, crown programming. Throughout the whole day, that's the only thing they do. They have another frequency that is purely for entertainment. They play music, they're doing everything different from the frequency that is broadcasting the news and doing everything. So one question I asked them when I visited them today after the appearance on the show was, okay, so this is good, but where does it cover? It says 7 counties, right? And we have 15 counties. So my question was, what is preventing the program from reaching the rest of it? Because your information can be, a shortcut thing when some people having it, other people not having it.
Yeah.
Of course, they told me the reason, infrastructural arrangements, they got to have substations, those substations got huge fuel demands, and all kinds of things for a communication sector that is not supported. It's a challenge. But what I said to them, and which I will discuss with Eugene, whatever he can do to make sure that the other 4 counties are covered, because all the things they say on the real frequency, the news, the things that happen in the country, that what the language announcers are relaying on an FM platform that is only for that purpose.
Yeah.
So if they can, and I will have that conversation with Eugene, whatever ways we can find to make sure that our programming covers the entire country, we have to do that. Because you're right. Some of our people don't even know what's happening around them. Maybe they got a radio on where somebody's speaking English. They don't even understand English properly. Maybe it's a Basel person who understands only Basel. When they know that their frequency at 8 o'clock is a Basel program time, I remember when we were coming all in Basel. They had ELWA playing all the different programs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Church-related program. Mm-hmm. I think the one for Basel was always around 8:30. My mother would not miss that. They knew the schedule.
Yes.
I'm sure ELBC is doing the same, but it's not going all over because they say only 7 counties. Mm-hmm. I'm sure my brother Fagon can carry some innovation over there that can make. And I was telling them today, I said, look, you can be in the place then when they appoint somebody you not know, then you can say, oh, I can work with the other man. I warn you, I say, you open your arm to Eugene. He's not coming as a magician. I mean, if you open your arm to him, together you all can work wonders. I'm not sure he coming to run after any of you, but sometimes we just got to respect the president's right to decide who goes where and give the person a space. If they will fail, give them the chance to fail, right? Like maybe there may be some poor administration information who didn't want Jeremy Pierre, but just give me the chance to fail, so you can have a reason to say that decision was wrong. Don't hijack it before I even sit down. So I'm sure Fagan will do well, but we'll have some conversations.
Yeah, let's go ahead, Dr. Richard. You want to ask the last question? Let's stick to the 2 questions, please.
Okay, I got more to say, but thank you. I like your approach.
Yeah, we'll come back. Thank you. Minister Watercolly, please.
Well, like I said, I don't have a question for the minister. He's doing great.
Still don't have to yet.
The only thing
you should get to support me. You still want to ask questions?
I don't have a question, but I want to say something. Mr. Asedo tried to chastise the minister about why is it our president, our dynamic president, Joseph Newman Parker, has not published his asset. And I'm saying to you, asset, you're too brave. Because George Weah did not publish his asset. We keep the power.
But can we keep that for last, Minister Watercolly? Let's direct our question to the minister.
Yeah, but you directed it to the minister, now I got to address it.
No, don't bring that asset. Don't ask his question. You can attack him at last. We cannot then move the show on each other. We're begging your please. I know you want to celebrate President Bouaka like we all want to, but let's keep it. Let's beat on Jeremy today. When he leaves, then we're gonna attack each other and correct each other, please.
Because he asked the minister the question, that's why I chose to answer it.
But the minister have already answered in his own right, Mama. I'm begging you.
Okay, well, I said, do you win, yeah?
Thank you, Sister Glennie.
What are you laughing?
My question is, the Ministry of Information, as they go around to different counties, towns, villages, will they be highlighting the plight of the people and expressing those concerns to the government? Is that something that the ministry is expected to do?
So the ministry has been doing that, even under the Weah administration. Under the ministry, you have what we call the Liberian News Agency, LINA. LINA has correspondents deployed in all of the counties. And basically the work is to bring to light happenings in the county, the condition of the people. Whether hospitals don't have medicine and people are dying, whether schools don't have benches, whether people are suffering, they are not having drinking water, they're drinking from creeks and rivers. LINA is lifting all of these kinds of, it's one of the most efficient structure in the Ministry of Information. And Kwame Opa Weeks has been heading that place. Even though he was doing a great job, but I'm told the ministry did not have any control over them because President Weah did a kind of structural thing there that led to confusion. The director of LINA is never appointed by the president. It's not a presidential appointment position. It is the Minister of Information who decides who the director of LINA is, because LINA is part of the structure. But because this person got presidential appointment, the guy said, "You're not listening to anybody besides President Selig." And there was war. In other words, not real war per se between he and Ledger who throughout until the administration ended. But I think generally too, he was doing a great job because I followed most of their live, most of their right out, and I think he was doing a great job. But again, you know, the conflict buries some of the things they were doing. So the structure is already there since Glennie. And in all the 15 counties, we have our correspondent from LINA deployed.
Thank you. You meant President Weah, right? Not Salif.
President Weah, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are you done, Glennie?
I'm finished.
Thank you. So let me ask you. You know, this is very important for us to go into the issue that we're talking about executive power. We understand it must go through the legislature. Can you tell Liberians tonight whether the president, Joseph Bouaka, sincerely going to bring in the war and the economic crime code?
Again, it is not Joseph Bouaka's singular authority to bring the war and economic crime code. But once the legislature, that is the people's representative, sign onto it, I'm sure President Bouaka is on record about his commitment to hold people accountable, not just for war crime. As far as I know, that commitment hasn't changed. But the processes that are laid down must be followed, must be respected. And if that's what the people want in the end, then that's what they want. I'm not sure President Walker was staying in their way if they clearly want that.
Can you give us information, sir, where you have that the legislature have agreed through both chamber that we want this thing? They have signed onto it in the majority and now take it over. Can you give us a step? Who all signed on that document if the legislature agreed? The Speaker, the President of the Senate, and the President? Have you any knowledge on how it works?
So the way it works and what I've seen them do so far, it's not the leadership that's going to sign on behalf of them. Every member of the place who agree that the stuff should be established will have to sign on. And like I told you from what I saw, because some were doing it and posting on social media to say, I have signed on, I have signed on.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's how it goes. That's how it's going. But when they are done signing, like I said, then it must also have presidential approbation. What do I mean? It will be sent to the president to agree or to say, I don't agree. So I veto this thing. And they can now take it back and say, all right, the president is saying X, Y, Z, we will do this because we want it. And once what they do is consistent with the law, there's nothing you will do. But yeah, the critical issues you got to consider standpoint as we talk about war and economic crimes code. Liberia, where it is, and what I know, the cost implication associated with a functioning war and economic crimes code is not something we can do. So even as we sign onto it, people in the legislature, or even as the president gives approbation, you will have the whole question of funding.
And that's my question: where are we getting the money from? So,
but that's what I'm saying, brother. So because the judges who will be seated in that court will not be our local judges. They'll be internationally recruited judges. They'll have to be paid very handsome salary. Well, the court has to operate from somewhere. You have to arrange pressing situation. For example, I always say, and I can't speak to that because I don't know about that. I always say prison will be in Ghana, will be the place. Nobody gonna build prison for you free. The prison.
You think it's a good idea? And we'll go to Acid though. Let me ask two questions, please. One, how would this benefit Liberians if we would take the 200, 300, whatever the amount is outside, take it to Ghana, and, to build the prison system, to establish a court, to improve the economy by all these guys then going to the beautiful hotels and car rental and everything. If it is true, you think the Liberian people are going to buy into that, Mr. Minister, though?
So, Stanton, that is the reason why the people should start speaking to their representatives and the people who are in the Senate and all, because it's about them, right? It is them that these people are representing. They are following the conversation. They're hearing people talking about war crime. Could they see this huge American delegation come to the country, meeting everybody? Is there a time for them to sit down? I don't think so. They should clearly express to their lawmakers where they stand on the issue. If they want it, their lawmakers are under obligation to take from them what they say they want. If they don't want it, I equally believe the lawmakers will have to listen. So,
two questions. My last question: are you aware of Sumo Mobile Yeke Koduba sponsoring a bill that is co-sponsored by Muka Kamara, Austin Taylor, and Jacob Debbie? Are you aware of those folks?
To do what? What bill about what?
The war crime code bill.
Well, no, it's news to me. But if the lawmakers have already developed a resolution that people are signing up to, do you need another bill co-sponsored by? I'm not sure. I don't know what is unfolding there. I can't speak to that. Maybe Yeke can say what they're doing. I can speak to that. But what I know is that every action that will eventually lead to the establishment of a war and economic crime code got to start from the legislature.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our guest tonight is the Honorable Jerolimic MPA. He's the Minister of Information. We want to say it as you join us. You can post your question. We'll be glad to read your question up to him. We got about 15 more minutes with Honorable Pierre, and then we can go in other issue Honorable, before I bring in Isaac Dodo, ask his 2 questions real quick. My brother, thank you very much as always for availing yourself. You ran away from us during the election time. You didn't know we're on the same side, but it is why it is. Now you know.
Steven told you the secret that the cloud builder was established to counter you.
Yeah, you're countering yourself likewise. But Isaac Dodo, come in.
Yeah, Minister. So this time I got one question for you. But before I go to that, let me clarify that the issue concerning the video around was unearthed by Front Page Africa folks. I know initially the press secretary said it was in real, and OKFM did a fact checking, and they noticed that that was authentic. On Friday, they posed the same question to her, and she did acknowledge that. So, for the sake of information, like you said, taking out propaganda, that's where it stands on that video. And I think you should embrace what is yours, and that's okay. But I wanted to go to B Mountain a little bit. There's been a lot of issues around B Mountain of recent. Minister, the last time you were at the Executive Nations press briefing, you at that time that you could confirm from the angle of the government that one person has been killed by them. Although with all of the reports we got, as at the time you spoke, we have at least 2 persons being killed. In addition to that, the IG has kept on pushing this narrative that that entire episode of protest came from some other people, from President Weah, from a certain representative, and also he said the people were violent. That's why the protest happened. Why is the government not being truthful to the people?
Well, I don't get it when you say, why is the government not being truthful to the people? The press conference you were referring to, at that press conference, we announced that we could confirm that one person was dead. We said the entire situation was still evolving. And if we had additional information in the spirit of wanting to be truthful, we'll provide those additional information. There have been additional updates since. I don't know whether you didn't follow. So the additional update is that the number of people who died rose from 1 to 2. And then there was a 3rd death. But that 3rd death was not associated with a riot. There was conflict in the town itself. The 2 persons who were involved in altercation, one stabbed their friend to death. And so that was a 3rd death, but not entirely not associated with the protest. From the protest itself, 2 persons died, which we've confirmed later on after that first press conference. So if you say the government not being truthful, I don't know what you're talking about, because we've been very, very truthful. I'm not sure that in the past, the other administration was this fast and transparent in updating the public about anything that happened. We're trying to do it better, and you should support us to do it better. You should encourage me more to say, my neighbor, don't let anybody fool you to be a lying man. Anytime something happens, just say it, just admit it. You'll be motivating me to do that, because I have a commitment. And so that they don't keep saying, you get a copy of the thing you're reading here. I say, yeah, you get your copy, because we're keeping here to hold you accountable. And I want to keep my word that I will be a truthful person. Even if 10 persons have died, there will be no reason to hide it. We admit that 10 persons have died. But one key thing you listen to, there are regulations on the use of force. And the IG has said they are investigating to be sure that the use of force that led to the death of those individuals were consistent with their use of force regulation. So I think you should be concerned now as to how soon that comes up. But so I don't forget, because I know initially from the beginning when you were trying to say something in passing, you talk about how people are not taking pay. How's it? Let me tell you this. There was this big debate about whether we are left 40 million or 20 million, and you just emphasized, you were giving an example, the other government left this. I said, you didn't leave a dime. And you know why you didn't leave a dime? Let's take your argument that you actually left 40 million. But you know one of the things you did towards the end of the administration? You took a loan of 83 million from the central bank. That action needed legislative approval. It was done clandestinely and covertly. It was discovered that the 83 million, at that time you could not pay salary. And you took the money to pay salary. But let's look at the analogy, right? I put 20,000 in the bank and say for my children. The 20,000 is actually in the bank. Solid money laying down there. But I owe the same bank 25,000. Oh, let me not say 25, too small. I owe the same bank 50,000. But I got only 20,000 in the bank. Stanton, I already not working anymore. The bank know I'm not working. Why do they do that 25,000? They will take it up. When they take it from there, I still got 50,000 to pay them.
I don't think they would take it from there.
25,000. What Azedo and his government did, they took 83 million to pay salary from the central bank, and in the same central bank's consolidated account, they say they have 40 million. If the central bank take the 40 million from the 83 million you borrow, you still got a negative of 43 million that you got to pay. So then that account is standing at the rate of 43 million rather than 40 million. So you didn't do anything there.
All right.
You see, I wonder I wonder one question. But when you always come like this, it is hard to just let go. So, Chief, let me say, as a matter of fact, professionally, I come from a financial background, so it will be a good thing for me to respond to what you just said. And I appreciate the fact that you yourself said we will carry on governance by telling truth and not propaganda. Minister,
I just 100% go to heaven, you come back. Nobody will tell you something different. You spend
it's not accurate.
You took 83 million from the central bank as credit.
Okay, so it's not accurate.
Approval. And then you say you left 40, we just agree. We say, okay, they agree with that 20 that 40. They put to the 40 million for
we gotta move from here now. I beg you. Minister, I beg you. I said we gotta move on.
Yeah, we gotta move on. Just give me a second. Let me just come in. Now, the reason why it doesn't.
Are you on the show as a guest or as a second guest to be, or you there as a panelist?
I did both.
You can't be both because you see when you do that, then you not be showing respect to your guest.
I said we'll come back to you. I said we'll come back to you. I beg you, we'll come back to you.
Correction.
Hold on, Mr. Togba. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Jerry, let me something the 7 came up today, right? Just take a look at this. I think if you didn't, the Independent was standing for admitting the misappropriation of the 500,000, to LDCC. We got report. It is true. It is confirmed that he admitted from the FIU now, whichever name they may call them, the Financial Intelligence Units or Agency. Talk to us, man. How concerning this is for the government, sir?
So when these kinds of reports are out, the government does an assessment of whatever the situation is, and eventually the public will be informed in detail as to what we know and what the government action will be. I think that's all I can say for now. But it's good that the country is so open in this way that people are checking everywhere and unveiling things that maybe may be in the secret. That's how the media helps the government. So once they have flagged something, the government will pay attention. They will do their own due diligence, and the required actions that will be taken, you'll be informed accordingly.
We broke this story, and I have all the documents. I have the letter from the bank that was sent from the finance ministry to the CBL. Now, it was written for him to send his comptroller, who is his brother, to collect this money. But I would say this on behalf of the network. We appreciate the fact that LCC has squeezed Standard 4, and he have admitted, as you can see on the newspaper, that yes, indeed, some misappropriation took place. We are also receiving information, just for the information purposes, that another 300,000 misappropriation that was stopped by the then Alex Coffey when he was head of the FIU from this same group, Standard Ford and his brother. So I believe you have conversation with the president, and we look to hear from you. Now he's on a tenure position automatically, will he be replaced? Will he be removed?
Well, like I said, these are fundings, and thanks to your network for helping to dig up things. That's what the society should be. Once the facts are established, obviously people got tenure, right? But even the law that gives tenure says you can be removed for a cause.
Yes.
And for those kinds of improprieties, if they are established and that person has to be prosecuted, there cannot be an argument about tenure. But like I said, these are unfolding news. I will hold conversations with the president. We'll get additional information to you. And one of the things I want to encourage you to do, Stanton, like I said to all the other journalists, I want to keep an open line. Call me at any time you have questions about things that are happening in the government. When I have information at that point, I will give it to you. When I don't have it, I will tell you, give me a break. I will talk to the president, or I will talk to that sector minister, or I will talk to this person. And I will get back to you. And I will seek to do that from time to time in a timely manner. Because the work I do will not take me anywhere if there's no credibility. If people start seeing me like a lying man, nobody will waste their time. Even you will not do it. Though you know me with friends, you say, oh, why am I calling Pierre? Pierre will just lie again because that's all he does. I'm not wasting my time. But
let me bring another conversation. Thank you for being honest with that. Let's talk about the NASCAR appointment, and then we'll bring in Isaac Vatuba Jr. This is the appointment. The appointment took place on the 27th. Their name, dear Councillor Kane. Councillor Kane, we all know, is Mofi Kane. So he was appointed to the position. We read the letter. I'm pleased to appoint you as officer in charge. Now, prior to that, maybe you are fully aware, he was also appointed on the board of LPRC. That appointment, there was no record, but yet and still he will move to officer in charge. So I'm going to ask you two in one question. The appointment making him officer in charge, replacing this gentleman, as you can see his picture, who is on medical leave here in the United States. Unknown to him, unknown to this gentleman, Minister, the appointment was made. Through our investigation, I think, I don't want to go there. I want you to explain, because I promised the president, all those in this government, I will not be the mouthpiece, because the president have those people he have appointed. What do you know about this appointment that led to this? Allow me to play the video, sir. Today.
Yeah, thank you. The first thing I want to say, you mentioned that the young man is already on the board, and his appointment on the board was not withdrawn, and he was appointed as officer in charge for Social Security. When you are a board member, it's normally understood that it's not a full-time job. For example, when I was press secretary, I was a member of the board of ERBC. I was a member of the board for the Grand Bassa Community College, but I was still press secretary because these were not full-time jobs. So yeah, it's possible that he would be on the board of a corporation and be officer in charge somewhere. But let's get to the real issue.
And that's my passing. So I want you to please, thank you for saying let's get to the real issue. Yes, the real issue. He went in today to take over. He went into
I saw the episode. I watched the video.
And I want to show the video for the sake of our audience. Yeah. Okay. All right.
There was no official communication sent to NASCAR. There hadn't been an official communication placed on website. So this. So I told him that, and he said you all were coming. So I said, okay, then we can re-adjourn the meeting.
So you want to adjourn the meeting?
No, I mean this is why we adjourn the meeting. Because I told him that, and he said we'll wait on you people. Now that you people have come, I will reiterate what Dewey has said. When Famos has said he should reconfirm with the executive management. Dewey has been informed that he is still in charge of NASCAR. So Councilor Connor should reconfirm with them. And he has not received any official letter or have seen it on the executive management website. So Korean follow, let me call Dewey. He's online, so we can speak with him officially.
Senator, is it necessary to do contours?
No, that's the problem. It's not.
Yeah.
So that's the president.
Yeah, honorable.
I join the meeting.
We are on. No, it's better we.
No, it's not necessary. You already relayed the message to us.
Oh, here we are in a meeting.
So many of we don't want the president to send communication, official communication. It is not sufficient.
Senator Boyu, can you just let us know if you speak with your staff or his regular line?
No, they won't know the.
What do you guys want? You want a letter from
Good morning, I'm going to put you on speaker, so
for the Ministry of State,
I can tell you right.
I don't even know the president's signature.
But you
Honorable Babamos,
No, we can't go there. No. I mean, we can't subject us to that. I mean, we just.
You don't have to do that.
You don't have to do that. He's brought a piece of information. If you don't honor it,
yeah.
That's all right. You can go and the authority that sent him will still follow the right procedure. We don't have to do that. We are not in any confrontation. So.
Hello?
So, sir.
Okay, you say you talking.
Yeah. We brought this letter.
They brought a letter from the president.
Of the president's signature. I'm the chairman of the party. This is a senior senator of Bond County, of Wapo. We are all eminent citizens of this country. We will not bring something that is liable to falsification. We will not do that. If we present it to you, and for any reason you don't honor it, I don't want to honor it, then let us know.
We'll relay the message.
We'll relay the message to the
folks.
I think
all is good. Is that the introduction of Mr. Khaled from the Ministry of State issue, and
is the letter not sufficient, sir? Just let us know if it's not sufficient. That's all we need.
Honorable Joseph Abalo has said that he hadn't received a communication from the president. I'm quoting directly about when him to speak with you people and say what he had told me, that he had not received a communication from the executive mansion. He had not seen any official communication on the executive mansion website, and he had spoken to the mansion and he had been told he is still in charge of NASCAR. Okay. That's what he told me to relate to you people. So this is what I'm calling for him to say instead of me saying
well, thank you for relating.
Let's go to the mansion and make it right. And I won't.
That's why.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for being here.
All right.
Mr. Minister, how I shouldn't ask my question, it would not be a good question, but can you speak to the video, sir?
Bar, good question. It's your right to ask questions, Stanton. Go ahead.
No. Can you just speak to the video, sir?
The video is self-explanatory. Murphy Kane and the team has gone to take over as officer in charge. I guess the lady I see in the picture there is the deputy there, who is the wife of Percy Yeke, if I'm not mistaken. And she chose to consult with DeWitt, who has been out of Social Security for a good while, because he had been without wanting to discuss his private medical situation. He hasn't been well. And I'm sure in the wisdom of the president, they thought to have an officer in charge, which is normal, is routine. For example, Jacob Akoli was asked to just be an officer in charge to Nokal before the team was appointed. Whatever the line of communication was that led to what I witnessed, I don't know. I have spoken to someone closer to the president before I came on the show, and he did say to me that there will be further action on the part of from the president, and that we'll talk about it eventually after I leave from here and we meet tomorrow. So once we are briefed about those further actions, I'll come back not just to you, but the general media community and give additional information as to what the situation was. But Murphy, and like you display, which is true, had a formal communication, naming him as officer in charge. Whether they have been in contact with DeWitt and the lady who you saw in the video, I don't know. Whether they reached an understanding before they even went there for that ceremony, I don't know. But the additional actions that the president will initiate as a result of this, once we told we're going to get to you, Stanton, and as it does smiling, but we'll get to him, whatever it is.
Again, that's why you see
as it do with smile, because one of his sisters holding on to Social Security in the absence of DeWitt, and he see the sister standing up. Somebody will say for her right. So as it likes that.
But again, Mr. Minister, I know as you promised not to play politics, because you do not want to play politics with the
No, we don't play politics at all. I'm just saying as he is happy.
Okay. So well, my thing is that though, I spoke to folks. That's exactly what I just don't want to put out there, because I try to be careful. A lot of people say, Stanton, you're going too hard early. But that's me, and you know me. We first today, the next thing we met at a hotel, and we laugh, we joke, we ate. You know me, Pierre. But I want to say this though: is it an embarrassment as part of the embarrassment chain on this government?
And we cannot bite our tongue about that. If a public official who's been designated to be in charge temporarily somewhere, and they've gone there to take away, not just here alone. In the video, I see senators. I see the chairman of our party. I would have thought all background conversation would have taken place and everybody showed our ceremony was to go on. So if you ask me, to be honest, I can't bite my tongue about that. I thought what we all witnessed is grossly embarrassing. It should not happen.
Thank you, because these are the folks. Ami Modal, current Commerce Minister, past chairman, Senator Boto Cannon, of course, who her brother, Councillor Cannon, is going to be officer in charge. You have Chairman Reverend Tappet, Senator Prince Mui, and other permanent folks in that meeting. Have you ever seen, my last question, then the guys will come in starting from Isaac, took back. Have you ever seen an officer in charge move in with 23 men, powerful men, just for a takeover? Or anyone that are going to take over? Have you ever seen that group of supporters, not common people, but senators and ministers? Why? Why he went in? He's just an officer in charge. Why he went in with that power?
Great question and great concern. I don't know what to say about that, honestly, right? Jacob Akodi was named as officer in charge at Local. I don't even know when he took over.
Nobody know. Yeah, Masakwa Kamara from RIA.
If you ask me, if you had to ask me, I would have done it differently. If I was asked to be officer in charge there, I would have done it differently. But then there are choices on how people want things that are involved there to be done. So we saw what we all saw, and admittedly, I have said to you, and I'm not going to bite my tongue about that. What we witnessed should not have happened.
Thank you,
embarrassing. But I can tell you that the president will take seize of the matter, and further action will be taken, and we inform you accordingly.
Thank you, Jerry Lemeg. I appreciate your answer. As if I told Badrino, please. Can you unmute?
Are we asking questions or are we commenting before
you came in late, so ask your two questions because I think he's out of time now. It's almost 11:30 in the country.
Okay, greetings to all the listeners out there, to my fellow panelists, and definitely welcome, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, brother.
You try to hit me up as soon as I came on the post, but I just want to make clear to you that man is not Isaac anymore. I'm here now. I'm Isaac. The man is Joe, or small Isaac, if he really wants to have
that original Isaac and duplicate Isaac.
Exactly. So thank you for coming. But seriously, I'm happy you're not sugarcoating this situation. I mean, I personally thought it was very embarrassing. And like you asked,
did they really engage with the folks at NASCAR before going there? I think there should be some level of control in these transition situations when people are going for all these different activities to take over their positions or their assumed positions. But just the way communication goes out, because there have been talks before about people changing names. We don't know if it's true or not. We don't know whether there were any repercussions on appointment lists and how appointment is done in terms of how much vetting. Because from all indications, it didn't seem like the DG Dewey von Bamos was consulted or informed. So how do you see that happening? This flow of communication and how critical it is to ensure that there are no conflicts in these kind of situations.
Critical, Ashley, critical. I'm a little bit careful on how to talk about the internal issues at the executive mansion because the executive mansion has a spokesperson who is involved with the day-to-day activities in there, whether it's how appointments are made, whether it's about questions, about what somebody is doing about the appointment listing. I'm blind to that totally because, my focus is on the whole of government communication. What is happening at the presidency is the full responsibility of the press secretary. But if we are speaking about communication in terms of how do we even talk to each other before we reach the point of hosting those kinds of programs, I will agree with you that it was not properly done. Because if it were properly done, the folks would have been seated before the person who is in charge is calling Dewey on the phone for Dewey to give instruction as to whether the program should go on or it should not go. I think somebody at the executive mansion could have spoken to Dewey in advance, and they would have known that Dewey is in the know of what is happening and he will cooperate and all of that. What we saw on the video does not suggest that was what happened. And if that's the case, then yes, then there was a problem with communication, and that we all need to do better than that. We need to be, because, like I said at the confirmation hearing, I said, this is an information technology age. It just takes a second for news to fly to billions of people. Do you know how many persons will watch that video? Do you know the impression it will create about us in our country? So we got to tread carefully, right? We got to do things very carefully. We should not be in a hurry to do things to the extent that we get faced with these kinds of situations. And I'm going to be very serious about it as I say it. I'm sure the president asked me to be his information minister because he wants me to help to bring credibility to his government. And the only way I can do it is to just simply operate by the truth, because that will bring credibility not just to me, but to his government. And so that's how I feel about it. Even if there are people who disagree as a spokesperson for the government, that's how I feel about it. I think we can do better next time.
Yeah, my second question is a little different, but it touches on something you just said about the chain of communication from the executive office to your situation where you have to come on these kind of platforms and talk about it. There have been a lot of people who say the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism as a body is basically the purpose is extinct, right? So how do you trade off the president having a press secretary, every other agency ministry having a press secretary, and then the Ministry of Information there as the conveyor of communication and news and information to the people of Liberia, and then the other portions of the ministry basically are not as vibrant, in terms of cultural affairs and in terms of tourism. So some people have said split off cultural affairs and tourism into one bureau, one agency or whatever, and let information be decentralized amongst the different, ministry and agencies. Any thoughts on that?
So the law upon which the Ministry of Information operates says every public relation officer in government entities should be recruited and deployed by the ministry. But I can tell you that somebody who worked there is being an out of war, right? And it's the reason is simple. And Ashley would know this. If I'm the managing director for, say, MPA, my media man is serving me more than even the entity. And that's why when you watch the media landscape from the past, somebody at an entity will be protected. No journalist will attack that person. But they can attack the government as a whole because of the nature of what some of the PRs are doing. So They want to control them. So even though the law says the person should come from Mika and be deployed, they don't easily give in. This guy from the accountant general is fighting the same battle right now. He says the law says he should deploy all controllers. Right? And he's trying to stand up now and say we don't remove the controllers we met because we're supposed to do so. So these problems, they are there. And to just address it's a kind of hard because I could stand now and say, look, the law says that I must be the one to deploy all the public relations officers. If my colleagues in the cabinet or the other people in the other power status don't agree, they don't cooperate, it doesn't work. And it's a headache because the intent of that thing is, and as we were talking about agreeing to dissolve or not to dissolve Ministry of Information, it was against the background that if all these small entities got PRO who talking for themselves, and the thing the information ministry is going to talk about is the progress that they are making. Isn't there a kind of duplication? And then because you came a little bit late, we discussed this earlier, because when you appoint your Minister of Information, you just focus on the man's ability to talk. He doesn't come with any vision or inclination about tourism and culture. So a solution was formed, and it started from the WIA administration. They had this bill to establish the National Tourism Authority, which would take away culture and tourism. It passed the lower house. Eventually, my information, I also passed the upper house. Then it got stuck when it reached the president, so no action was taken. President Bouaka mentioned that during his State of the Union address, that they are now reviewing that piece of instrument, they will resubmit. After that resubmission, they will take away culture and tourism and they will form what they call the National Tourism Authority, and the Ministry of Information will just remain Ministry of Information.
Thank you very much, guys. We have to go, Colonel Gray. We'll give you one question only. Sorry that you came in late because our agreement with the minister, you have to go, is 11:30 in Liberia. So, Colonel Gray, we'll give you one question either. Minister, Mr. Toba, please, can we refrain from eating on set, sir? Thank you, sir. Colonel Gray, please.
Hopefully my internet is spotty. I don't know, man.
You good? We can hear
anyway,
you. We hear you.
Oh, great. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that the International Court, Criminal Court, is a full-time job for some individual and is funded by the United Nations through donor agencies or stakeholders. So one should wonder how did Sierra Leone proceed with its war crime court of Rwanda when they were just emerging from war. Definitely they didn't have the money. But it's because the United Nations always set aside funding for those kinds of initiatives, human rights issues, there will always be funding. As a result, if Liberia were to go on with its war crime court, the United Nations will always have designated funding set aside for those kinds of initiatives. So the question as to where money will come from is just another attempt to kick the can down the road. What I would tell you is that that's why stakeholders are being engaged. When you bring in Dr. White, Alan White, you're telling the United States we're ready to proceed. So money should not be the issue. The funding set aside in escrow account for the establishment of a war crimes court. So, Mr. Minister, I want you to take cognizance of that. But my question to you, how are you going to mitigate the? I'm hoping that has not been asked. This long rivalry between your office and LBS.
Yeah, so we talked about it actually before you came. There should not be one. I don't know what there has been. There should not be any rivalry because the responsibilities of the two groups are different. ELBC should be involved in radio programming, radio and television programming. The person at LBS is not a government spokesperson, just a programmer using the radio and TV to say to the population what the government is doing. The person at the Ministry of Information is a spokesperson of the government, who's authorized to speak on behalf of the government generally, while the person at the mansion speaks for the presidency. With these clear distinctions, I don't understand why there should be a problem. But one thing that is sure is that not just that I'm the Minister of Information, I'm the chairman of the board of LBS. And I can assure you that my friendship and relationship and everything with Eugene Fagon is excellent. That's been demonstrated. The guys in the country I'm here, we're talking every day. I was at his place today. After my talk show, I toured the entire place. You know, we've been talking. The Chinese wanted to do an intervention to his place, and the HR who was in charge was not getting in. And she got to me, and in the twinkle of an eye, I was able to make Eugene to talk to her. So that camaraderie, friendship, and relationship is there. Our responsibilities are different. I wouldn't see any reason for rivalry, and I think we'll be good. We'll be good. And my goal is to just give Eugene he and his team all the support they need as chair of the board, so that those who may be doubting whether Eugene can run ELBC in a way that will shock people, so that they get to realize that, okay, these things sometimes not, but it's not necessarily about conventional journalists. And you know me, Remy, we come from LU together. You know I'm now a journalist. You know that I did not earn any degree in communication. My degrees are agronomy, international relations, public administration. But sometimes certain things are art, and communication indeed is one of those arts. The things we do on the university campus, we don't value them. The attributes I got for communication, I learned them from the Student Unification Party. I know you were there on, I think Sim stood up. I was on the other side. I learned those skills from there. And for 8 years, I've been managing public sector government communication. Don't we have journalists who are communication experts who are even better than me? We do. So having had demonstrated that, even though I don't have a degree in this area, that I clearly understand why it is. To be press secretary for Ellen Johnson said it was one of the most difficult jobs I had in my whole life. Ask anybody who knows Ellen Johnson said you can work with her. You can work anywhere.
Thank you.
Now, even Stanton Studios, almost 12. I live where Prophet Parker Corner.
Yeah, that's why I want you to go over.
I used to leave the executive mansion every day on President Selly to go home, because all of you know what she's still.
I don't understand. Jerry Limit, you say you live Broadview, but I say it's around Painesville area. So how many homes do you have?
Come again?
You say you live Broadview?
Yeah.
But I say it's around Painesville. And you say you guys are neighbors. So
Alvin told me he's my neighbor on G4 Road.
Just leave that one. We'll talk that one. I want to say you don't leave it.
But let me say thank you to you. A lot of people appreciate your answer. We're seeing some sincerity in you. Real quick, have Eugene Fagon been confirmed?
To the best of my knowledge, he has not gone for the hearing. And I talked to him about that. I think he said when he arrived in the country, the heat, he was somehow dehydrated. So he was trying to come back to himself. I guess he's already done, because I've seen him a couple of times. And Senator Dillon chairs the committee. I'm sure Dillon will arrange his confirmation soon.
Okay, so on that note, you just confirmed with us also that you're Eugene boss, just to put that as a side show. That's good.
I chair the board at Eugene's entity, and that does not suggest that I'm his boss.
You know, Eugene, our man. Let me ask you a serious question. Folks are very concerned. This should be your takeaway question, because I know you're leaving. You said the Ministry of Information have so many names. No budget, finance, foreign ministry, the Ministry of State. Everywhere you turn. Mo Ali, 300 plus name, LPRC, all these different places, minister. We are under stress. Me, when people call me, public work, and say they're laying me off, I thought I supported the rescue train. I thought I was part of this group. All the people say, you know what, I'm a Liberian, I need a job. When we did the calculation from all the names we heard, it's almost about 7,000 to 8,000 Liberians that will be put out of job. Directly or indirectly, whether they are ghost name or actual name, will be 7,000 to 8,000. We were on the phone yesterday working on the numbers from all your different press conferences, the Liberia National Police. And somebody says the modern day harmonization, since they cannot deduct our paycheck, they're doing a massive layoff. Is this a massive layoff? Are there plans with the government as to keep those folks, help them? It's just like take your bag and go home. What can you tell those Liberians tonight that have been effective seriously on this different structure, sir?
Zeroing in on my ministry. I'm not sure the goal is trying to chase people to take them from job. For me, that's not the concept. But Stanton, we got to get the country right. And the way to do it, there are laid down procedures as to how people get employed. I have spoken to folks who work at the civil service agency since I came to the country. What's supposed to be their responsibility was bypassed in the past. When you do that and people just accept it, the country is not going anywhere. What if towards the end of the Baka administration they do similar? They just, for fear that their people would not be employed, they just dump them in the government, following no process. And a new government comes, you say they shouldn't look at it. So I think we should look at it. Yes, their concern is great. The country, we don't have a lot of job opportunities, true. But does it mean we should just give approval to doing the wrong things? Why do we have the civil service agency in the first place? For those other public corporations that are not civil servant, right? So no process, no procedure, people can just be employed. So for me, these personnel audits are meant, and I want to bring it back to the Ministry of Information, to give me a clear appreciation. First, is it true that we have 413 employees? Because mind you, Stanton, it may not be necessary that you're taking job from anybody, because maybe some of the individuals don't exist, they are ghosts, and the money is going somewhere. When you get that right, you're not taking job from anybody, but you're saving money. The reason why somebody could be making $40 at the Ministry of Information, which I've confirmed, is because if they're paid, the last time I was there, Deputy Minister and Acting Minister, our payroll were around 200 and some more persons. It jumped to 413. It's almost 100% rise. So those are part of the things that inform the harmonization, because if you bring in more people than is required, then the money that is available for that entity, you got to spread it across so that you can pay everybody. And when you do so, it means you'll be dropping people wages. And now where we are. People cry to me. When I was at the Ministry of Information, we had two buses going two different directions. Take people to work, bring them back to work. And they were making better. The least paid person at that time in government was $130. Had they would reverse from there, somebody is making $40. They don't have transportation. They have to come to work every day. Something was fundamentally wrong. We should not get it right. We're concerned about employment. I think we should try to get it right.
Thank you very much, Minister Pierre, man. It's a great show. A lot of people appreciating you on. We want to say you'll come back again if you get more information a few weeks from now, that we can talk about the real issue. The budget is coming up and other domestic problem. We will be discussing and digging into them, but then you will be seated as the information minister in your own dark office with no electricity and no generator. We want to say thank you very much, the Honorable Jerry McPierre.
Yes, Stanton, let me close with this. The media community can have this assurance. As the Minister of Information, I'm not going to divide the Liberian media into pro and government media. And that's the reason why you will see me appear and sit with Abraham Gosson. We are on freedom to talk the issues that matter to the people. That's why we go on SKTV, no matter how people think he is. That's the reason I will sit down with Julius J and all the other folks. I'm not going to shy away from anyone. I will come to Spoon as often as I can. Because inarguably, you're a very big platform. A lot of people follow you. Nobody can debate that. I want the government message to go across. And then I should not stay away from a platform that is as big as yours. You're going to get tired with me. I am a talking pepper burning, and I want to do that more because that's the role I have been given. I want to build my relationship with I have the relationship with the media already. Currently, as we speak, I'm working with some veteran media individuals to solve the problem in the press union. You know, they had elections, and since those elections, they've not been the same. The man who purportedly won the election got tired with the conflict, he resigned. I offered my services to help. They've been very open because we want the press union to be strong. Because that's the only way the media landscape will be strong. So we go everywhere. We're not staying away from anyone. If you're anti-government media, by your own definition, it's fine. But we'll still talk to you because you're part of the media community. So we'll do this more often, and it is my hope that sooner or later, people will get more informed about what their government is doing. And they will appreciate that the government is for them and that it is for their purpose that the government exists. That's key. If the people don't have trust in the government, every other thing we're doing, we're wasting our time, Santo. And we're reaching to that point. Why do you think somebody will just get out and protest the way we saw in Kinjal? It has to be that you don't believe the government will help to solve your problem. So you have to find other ways. It's the thing we see happening around. People think that when people commit crime, you get into the court, nothing can cover it. So what do? They resort to mob justice. So we have to make these things to work. And as the Minister of Information, I'm going to be assertive and I'm going to do what is required, what I know is right. Because doing the right thing is good for our country. I want to thank you and the team. I say it was good sitting with you for the very first time. Since you're my neighbor, let's drink beer. Let's drink some beer over the weekend. Santa, it was good. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Duplicate Ozzy. Thank you, my man.
Thank you. Have a good one, Jerry Lemay. Thank you for coming. Okay. Thanks. Yep. All right. We want to be grateful to the president of Jerry Lemay Pierre. As you know, a very beautiful conversation. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you out. Let's discuss. Let's have our own thoughts. And let's talk Liberia as we end the program tonight. Dr. Richardson, Glendy, Asido, Jemima Water-Colley, Acid Tupad, and Conor Gray.
Are we just doing our closing now or just commenting?
No, I mean, I just give us your feedback from this great interview today.
I actually was impressed. I should tell you, one of the appointees that I've heard on this station that I'm very impressed by his knowledge. He came in here, I asked him a question on, making sure that the rest of Liberia received information in different language, because there's a language barrier, definitely. And he went on to even tell me that, the limitation in radio stations that are, able to reach to the rest of Liberia, things that that provoke my thoughts. So he seems to have a good handle of human resources. He doesn't want to come in there with any narcissistic idea of being, I'm the boss. He wants to work with everybody. He's interested in the salary of the employees at the Ministry of Health. He described the tripartite relationship between the press of the president's office, the Ministry of Information, and LBS. So, he came well-rounded with a wealth of information. I really appreciated listening to him. I think he's a good choice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. A lot of people, from the CDC government appreciate the last line of Jerry Lemay Pierre. I have former minister from CDC government, 3 of them actually have sent a message. I'm reading them, that they think that was one of the best decisions of President Boakai to bring in Jerry Lemay Pierre as the information minister. Glendy, your take?
So I think I share the same sentiments with what Dr. Richardson had said. One of the things that stood out to me is his response about Eugene Fagon and how he kind of praised Eugene, but also his expectation for Eugene is very high, and that he's willing to work with him, and he's asking the people to work with Eugene and support him. I think that's a good stand, and that's something to say that he's going to be a team player. I like how he answered the question about being the propaganda end of the government. He said that's not what we're supposed to do. He's going to be as honest and as possible. I think the engagement was he was very interactive with the questioning, and I think his responses were all on point. We're looking forward. Now, this is new, so we are the ones that will be responsible to holding accountable to those things that he has said tonight.
Yes.
So yes. We anticipate that what he said was truthful, as honest as possible, and we'll follow him in his career as the new information minister. We're looking to see whatever changes there are. So I think it was a very great interview. He's comfortable. Anybody you hire, you put anybody somewhere to talk, and if they're comfortable, they're able to answer the questions. The English people can say expeditiously. I think that was good. He did a good job.
He did. At some point, he tried to cover up, but we reminded him when we talk about the NASCAR issue.
Yeah.
It's hard to defend. Like as Eva said, it's so hard to defend, but the embarrassment, But he laid it out right. And listen, folks, when we see it and we talk about it, that's why I cannot, not be me. I have to be who I am for you to enjoy the program. We all have to be who we are. So, Mr. Doe, your takeaway from Jerry Lemick tonight.
Yeah, let me start up from the good side. Going to the end of the programming, I'll give it up for the minister, and I can tell you, in my personal opinion, this is one of the best interviews we've had, and I thought he was being sincere at the end, talking about the NASCAR issue and some other things. I mean, I give it up to him. He's the first broadcast appointee that got a check mark at the end from me on the show, and yeah, I think overall, and one thing I noticed from his eyes when he was talking, his voice, he's this kind of a passionate person. He seems to, have a good human relation. It seems to be the guys at Minkat will enjoy him, and that's one of the things that I like. People who are, very free with people, active, and very good. But
so
then,
just because the guy promised to buy you beer.
And then, but then when it comes to my disappointment came from two places, which I thought he was being political. I mean, he's a politician, he's in a political role, so I expected him, but again, he needed to go one. The issue when you asked him, and even Dr. Rejection followed the question on his plans for the ministry. We all would agree. He mentioned one thing: the PIU, the Project Implementation Unit. All of the other things were just complaining. What happened? How they play Zimbabwe. But I think what we wanted to get is what he will be doing, not what the play looks like from the past. But we talked about it. And last day happens to do with the issue of the $40 million. And I wanted to provide some clarity, though I did not have the time to do. Of course, as an information ministry, you want to state what's on the record. The senators confirm that, representatives confirm that, President Weah confirmed that, central bank confirmed that, and we all know the time value of money. It evolves over time. So you can say because government of Liberia just signed a 40 million loan recently, and the Senate approved the government to use 43 million. So you say government only get 3 million because AFD can't take that 40 million. No, that's not how money works. So with those two places, I thought he was just being political. But overall, he's the first person to get a little sorrowful 70. Sorrowful from me.
Yeah. As a though, a lot of people surprised that you actually grade him 70, because actually I think he did well. Jemama, Kowu, Wodokoli.
Oh, well, I like to say, I know you're going to say I'm biased, but I like to say that the minister did extremely well. Like, he spoke on all the issues. He spoke on the separation of the National Tourism Authority. And he said there was a need for them to have it. And I think he did well. Even though Asito wanted to actually discredit him, but the minister did well. He answered all your questions, and he was to the point. And knowing this man over the years, I saw the work that he did for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. He's only qualified for that job, and he's not somebody who can lie. It's not like he will come and run a propaganda. Like he said, he's not a propagandist. He's not going there to do that. He's going there to tell the Liberian people the truth and nothing but the truth, which we never had in the last government. We never had in CDC government, where they hate everything. They hate everything for the Liberian people. No, he's not going to be like that. And you can see from tonight, he said the truth, like the incident at NASCAR that you just mentioned. Some other CDC government, they were never going to say the truth. They were going to say different things. But at least he came on and said, yes, something went on wrong, and we'll correct that wrong. So you see, the minister he's here to serve the Liberian people, and he will not give them the wrong story. He's going to give them nothing but the truth. So the interviewer Very good.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Isaac.
Yeah, I wasn't here from the beginning. I don't know how long he was on, but the portion I heard from, Minister Pierre was decent. He projected well. He seemed to don't mind answering the hard questions and being factual to some extent. So we definitely appreciate that. Um, but as anybody would do, he probably went a little softer on some of the errors that were out there, and maybe that's his role. That's part of his role as well. Um, but the fact that he's open, he wants to be fair with all the journalists out there. He opens himself to coming on Spoon whenever Spoon wants him to come on. I think that's a good thing, and I hope that line of communication stays open because there are a lot of baby steps that are being taken right now, which is a little surprising for a government that was in power before. Now, though not the same players, but many of the key players who were there before are currently in position today. So we should expect, or they should just generally try to rise to a higher level than what we have seen previously and be able to govern, with authority, with presence, and just put the Liberian people at ease because leadership is something that's really necessary. It has been missing for a long time, and we don't want it to be another vacuum for another 6 years where we can't clearly determine where the leadership is coming from, what direction we are going, in as a country. So yeah, I clap for him, and hopefully he continues to do the work and be able to present the government on positively.
Thank you, Isaac. Though, anyway, let get 30 seconds to kind of grade because there's something that happened today. I want you guys to think on it. And tomorrow we can announce that we'll be having Jerome Verdell on this war crime court issue. There are two groups, but let's hear from Conor Gray and also the gentleman that discharged his weapon today from the LDEA. That weapon is illegal. That weapon was not part of the attain. I want to call AB to clarify. Actually, we received the report, and I have to break this thing down to everyone that we were informed that AB need to come back and do another press briefing to talk mainly on the weapon that were used, and the individual is critically. He's very critical. He's in the hospital now. He's in JFK. But the gentleman that discharged his weapon, all right, that gun, we heard that it came from America by way of Slow-way. It's not registered, and he was carrying a gun that is not registered anywhere in Liberia. How so? And I think the LDEA boss, our own friend A.B. Kroma, need to speak to the nation. How many of his guys carrying weapon that those weapons not registered? Is scary. It is totally scary. Conor Gray, your 30-second on Jeremy Pierre, and then we'll talk about the two groups. We have two groups in the country fighting for war crime court. One is Beth Van, who is in the country. Another group is the Island White group. Are they the same? Are they together? Who's supporting who? Why are there two groups for the same purpose? That is interesting for Liberians to know tonight. Those two groups are on different lanes. Who will the president and the lawmakers listen to? Conor Gray, your 30 seconds, sir, on Jeremy Pierre.
Yeah, I think Mr. Pierre, came in with some knowledge on his job, and I think he comes in as a negotiator as well. Comes across as someone that is going to be negotiating. Some of the contentions that will come up within his function. But I always say this is honeymoon period, and I still anticipate that President Boakai will be one of the most opposed presidents in the history of our country. Not because people don't like him, but the mantra that brought him to power, rescue. Anything that goes wrong will be squarely blamed on him. And I don't want to be the spokesperson for that era after we revert from the honeymoon period. We're still there, goodwill are flying everywhere, but there would come a time when Jamila Pure will have to start raising his voice. That's when we'll know the real character. Right now, everything sounds sugary and it's nice. And but for instance, wait for that honeymoon to to end, and then the real Fangon shows up. You know, let's hope there will be nothing like that. But definitely, I would like to see those era and fight within the propaganda realm. It's a good fight. I love to see people demonstrating, and then we hope they will encourage people like Henry Costa to be part of the discussion. Right now, I think his radio station is also closed. You see, when it makes a democracy very interesting to end. But I'm pretty sure Jeremy Pierre is a tough guy. We, like you said, we were at the university together. We were on opposite side, but we spoke. As far as I know, he can meet the challenge. I have no doubt, but there will be some rough times. That I can guarantee you. The like of the Isaac Doe will go into their shell and try to make things very ungovernable for Jeremy Pugh. What will be here? We'll be watching.
Okay,
Thank you.
I don't know why you're bringing Acido into this thing. I mean, I don't know why you, Glendy and Fatima and Jemima,
Why you
whatever
always let her
everybody
call my name? Do you see
have
me saying
entered
anything
into
to
this
Asset
thing.
Lawyer?
You'll be all crying behind Acido. You don't say on the show, but you
I
text me
don't
about
say anything
Acido.
to Asset Though before be front or behind him.
You text me.
Please.
But again, guys, here's the question, and I asked this question,
Like,
and I think folks that know AB, Cromine, the director for LDEA, I think the nation want to know, I mean, the gun, where that gun came from. I believe I listened to the press conference today, as Iva, and I think the director, I think it was done intentionally, not to mention the gun issue. And AB, me, a friend and brother, but you know me, I'm not going to hold this back. And I hope he can speak on Spoon or speak anywhere else as to the gun issue. The gun issue, the gentleman, the gun that he was carrying, it is illegal gun. So now this make the situation very scary.
The way you are going, I
Chad,
thought you were trying to grab a gun because the way you are going back to that gun you are going for.
so no, I was getting my notes. So the gun is illegal gun. All right, the gun, the gentleman in the hospital, Charles Massaquoi, as he fought for his life, Agent Foley discharged the gun. It's illegal gun. We want to know where that gun came from. People are saying the gun is part of those guns that was brought into the country illegally. I understand Agent Foley came from the Liberia National Police, got transferred over to the LDEA, but the director failed to tell the nation today as to how Agent Foley got the gun. We are not saying the LDA cannot carry gun as if that's not what I'm saying. But that particular gun that was used today, we want the director to speak on it. How many of them honor his entity carrying illegal gun? And today, if that gentleman passed away, that would be a manslaughter or some kind of crime on that agent. We should be very, very careful. And I hope AB can. When I heard the story and we dug deeper, it is true. The gun is from the United States. Illegally got sent to the country. Illegally got sent to Liberia. And now you have agent carrying illegal gun. As if I want you to start this conversation. You have your 1 minute, and we'll go to Dr. Richardson and go around the table on this one. You're muted.
The one thing we have to look at with everything around this government right now is that most of the foot soldiers, technical people, workers are people they are meeting in these capacities, right? I don't think they have had time for turnover yet, or to employ their own trained people, or to even provide any training to those people who were already there. So, as much as everything that happens in this government now should be blamed on, President Boycott, the fact is this is a remnant. There's always a lag in terms of that transition period when there's full responsibility that should be shifted onto the current administration. So that's one factor. The second factor is just the proliferation of arms around Liberia. We saw the lack of accountability under the last government when arms came into this country. So how do we account for that? Where is the small arms department or whatever the agency? What are they doing? How does this country really move forward from what happened under the Weah government to somewhere where we can feel secure? I know the pall or the blanket that was over us in terms of just insecurity is a little bit lifted, but there are still elements who are propounding that kind of behavior attitude that are still in the system, that the security, and they need to be joint about this. Gregory Coleman kind of referenced something like that yesterday as well. Plus Ibrahim Krumah, the national security, all of them have to have an intra-agency team that tries to ensure that national security from the individual perspective, being able to live freely is very important, and people are not just carrying around arms that are unaccounted for. And that's where technology can also help them in terms of tracking and monitoring these arms that have been available or that will become available in this new government.
Thank you, Isaac. Dr. Richardson, on this gun issue, while we wrap this thing up.
I believe that leaders in this government have to really do a reset. It seems like everything has to be reviewed, including, the number of unauthorized guns that are being used by these law keepers, I like to call them. This issue presents a liability. Stanton, you're right. If anything should happen to this man who was shot, there will be, an exploration relating to the gun. It was illegally brought into the country. I also see it as an issue of funding as well. I mean, if the law keepers couldn't afford to have government guns or gun issued to them, they probably, use whatever they had available to protect the country or themselves, or, to prevent lawlessness. It's just unprofessional for a law keeper to be using an illegal gun. So that's something that I think all the leaders in law enforcement should be singing. I mean, they have 1 month to sing that song. They should really be having a huge meeting, telling everybody, some of the responsibility, properly dressed, properly introducing yourself, properly carrying the right, guns to make sure that you representing the country. In the fact that the LDEA boss didn't mention this, as you're saying, because I listened to part of his speech, his press conference, and he went into telling us about what happened at, I think it was Banjo Beach, if that's the situation you're referencing. And he didn't talk about the gun being brought in illegally. I have some issues with that. It's an issue of transparency to me. I believe that he needs to come clean and tell the Liberian people exactly what he knows about this gun issue. And let the Liberian people know about it and the legality surrounding this matter. So that's my thoughts about it.
Again, that's why exactly what I'm talking about, Glennie. The issue is that you talk about everything, but you put aside this gun issue, which is so important, because when George Weah administration, Glennie, you heard that there were some illegal guns brought into the country. Nobody know what those guns are, what those arm and ammunition, whatever that was brought in the country. People accused Jefferson Koji and everyone, about bringing guns in the country. Now we got people in the Liberia National Police, people in LDA, people in immigration, all over. It is true that they carry illegal gun, that it must be addressed forcefully. Talk to me, Glendy.
So I want to give our Krumah the benefit of the doubt. I think he's someone, when we had him here, who has pledged to be transparent. I want to think that why it is that it was important for him to talk about it, maybe he doesn't have the full information on this gun issue, so he didn't want to just come up and give us haphazard answer and not full, because of course, when he's coming to ask to talk about the gun, there will be several questions that he will have to answer. So I think we should give him a day or two, and then when he does not bring up the conversation or bring or clarify it to the public, because this is a news that's flying all over, then we can question him. But I think I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt, because this is serious. Hopefully this is a serious thing. I think when he was here, he mentioned something about the guns issue that was there before. He or Gregory, one of them, that they were going to look into. So we'll see what he has to say as a follow-up of today's press conference. But I want to believe that the press conference today was strategic. He knew he had to talk about that gun issue, but he deliberately didn't speak about it. And I want to believe that it's because he did not have all of his ducks in a row about that. So we'll see.
Okay, thank you. I think you are right, but yet and still, he knew exactly what he came to say, and he said what he wanted to say, but he got all the facts. The same way he got all the facts that has Spoon received all the facts, and that's why we placed the call to AB. He would not show face because he doesn't want break down the focus is on the patient, the guy that's fighting for his life in the hospital. I can show you, Jemima, that everything that I said is unique because, and AB know it is unique. You got some of these folks calling the French in America. Hey, Isaac, can you send me a 38? Can you send me a 39? Send me a 9mm, and they find a way to send it to them. And they put it on the side with no question. It was them, the George Monoware government. It was cool. You put your gun on the side, you get one for yourself, one for your buzz. So we just want to know what I mean. That's a new trouble on AB right now. And Gregory, now they got to go through everything. And it is true, it is an illegal gun. I can tell you that it is an illegal gun. It came from America to this individual. So Liberians need to know. But Glenny, thank you. Jemima, what you want to add?
Oh, Manina and Jemima again. Put hand to my name.
If you on CNN, they call you by your voice and you're not a state minister, I put it to your name, you disrupted my show. And Jemima will call it. Go ahead, Mama.
Okay. All right. First of all, the individual you're talking about, AB Kuma, that man, he's straight as an arrow. When I knew one day I was getting late, I had to take somebody to the hospital, and I took the third lane. And he saw me, he came to me, he said, "Big sister, you're not supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to be online." I said, "But the person is ill." And he saw the person, and the higher lot was to pass. Other than that, he was never going to do that. That is to say, I've been knowing AB for a long time. You're a straightforward person. The reason why AB did not mention our gun, like Glennie said, he's doing an investigation. He wants to be precise. He wants to know everything in depth before he come on Spoon TV to make any statement. But I can show you that AB will not cover up for anybody. And the gun issue here in Liberia is, I remember one time when the container king were with guns at the Freeport, and the police announced that yes, they had the guns, and they displayed these guns on the TV. We saw them, and they said they were going to do investigation. And since that time, we have not heard about it. On a CDC government, we have not heard about it. That gun business just disappeared. A container king through the National Port Authority. So we have more than just a pistol in town. Most of the citizens got guns. There is no joke. So the guns are in town. Will continue to see more and more guns.
I said, got gun.
I said most of the citizens got gun. Now I don't know whether my nephew Acid got gun. I don't know unless he tells me. But I know most of them got the thing. They got it. And we want to know today what happened to that container of gun that came in, that the police display and show it to the world instead of going to investigate. They never investigated. They never came back to us to tell us. But today, they are saying, they are questioning GMB government that they're not this, they're not that. So let's take it easy. The government is transparent. We're working. We'll get there.
We receive information about that gun shipment that you talk about. We can, except we give them this week, AB or the Small Arm Group or Gregory Coleman or the Justice Ministry, or even Jerry Limekpierre, if they fail to talk about it. But I think this government is aware and they have taken control of that gun issue. Where the gun was placed, we receive information yet to be confirmed that the new group of security apparatus have taken control. So we can ask Gregory Coleman, we can ask the rest of the guys on the national security team to tell us exactly what is happening. But your concerns are unique. Before I go, I said, though, we got one more thing to go to. So please talk about this gun issue. I want Liberians to understand there are two groups fighting for. They are fighting for the War Crime Court, the Economic Crime Court. Now, the letter you see in Liberia today, my question remains, and we'll have Councillor Jerome Verdier tomorrow. Councillor Jerome Verdier and the Island White group, are they working with this lady, Beth Van, that visited Fonati Kofa and some lawmakers? Are they the same? If you hear about Hassan Beliti, who is who? Okay, who receiving the money to run this thing about this group? We heard about $30 million were already given to one of these groups. $30 million to start all the different engagement. Is this about the money, or are people just serious? Is Alan White working along with this lady, or the lady working with Alan White? Who said Jerome Verdier is on, or who said Hassan Beliti is on? As we talk about the Global Research Group and the International Justice Group, who is who? Is this whole thing about Ghana and the press in Ghana unique? Is it true? Conversation said that where Alan White will have his office, but we can tell you no, it's to the contrary. Who running to have the War Crime Court and the press in Ghana? Is it Alan White or is it Van Beth? So, folks, you need to join us tomorrow. We want to explain this whole thing. Whether there will even be a War Crime Court with all the many confusion. As it do, talk to us for us to move on, because we got to close this show. I don't think we are there yet, but Jerome Verdier will be the best person to answer this thing. It's getting too deep. What we have in our possession, the establishment of the War Crime Court, it must have the signature of Jeremiah Cohn as president of the Senate. With Jeremiah Cohn sign on that document, folks, that will involve Prince Yedu Johnson. If they have to go to Ghana, when he signed on that document as president of the Senate, I'm not making anything up. What I have in my possession, what Spoon have in her possession, as an entity, a credible entity, where you have the president's signature, the speaker for Natikofa's signature, and the vice president signature, who actually will be president of the Senate. And a lot of people in my argument today calling different group as a vibe. I'm going to ask. I'm looking at Jeremiah Cohn, name, place for him to sign. I said, will Jeremiah Cohn sign on this? Involving Prince Yedu Johnson and the rest of them. But I want you to hold your horses. I want you to just keep focused. It will be so interesting tomorrow. We got a document to share with you, and we got some questions. So I should do this thing here, it getting serious, man. Talk to us, Minister Doe, then Conagray will finish us out.
Yeah, sure. This is a very important issue. Before I quickly go to the gun issue, I was at the Capitol today and I met the lady there. She's trying to see the speaker, but then she was in. And I know you asked that question because of the very, very important things that we know. A lot of things going on, playing on from both sides, people fighting over this and that. But again, like you said, tomorrow we get into it. But on the issue of the guns, you know.
Well, I think what's Steven just said he need no argument. Where you coming from with this one now? You need no argument from where? You know, talk to in the chat room and say you need no argument. It's a fair question, folks. Where you gonna have this document? Everybody looking at Jeremiah Kpankun. Everybody looking at 2029. And also people begin to understand. We have 5 senators in the almost session. I said, do I back you? Let me, because Steven Johnson, I'm getting into my head. 5 senators, right? Those 5 senators are Emmanuel Nukwe, Abache, Nathaniel McGill, Betwawe. Who's the last person? Prince Johnson. Those 5 senators, will they negotiate? 4 of them would negotiate and say, before I sign on the thing, take me all of sanction. Will they do it in good faith and say, maybe let's do it? And the American will feel sorry for us and remove our name from sanction list. This thing getting deep, but what's the negotiation about? And what we are receiving, the Island White group It's different from the Beth Van group. Two different groups. They are not even seeing eye to eye. And that's why we need to ask questions. As a sorry to interrupt you and tell Stephen Johnson to leave our show alone. He's distracting
Stephen
us.
Johnson is taking the news praise singer's name. The boy can sing praises the whole day to everybody. Just leave that boy alone. So, so to your issue, I mean, you are right. A lot, you may let us take me off guard. A lot is going on, a very big lot. And one thing very important, the Liberian people need to know: if this government is serious about the issue of war crimes court, they need to know that His Excellency the Vice President Jeremiah Cohn will be affixing his signature to a document that will absolutely have Senator Johnson as one of the targets. I mean, this is not individuals, this is about everyone, a lot of people, a lot of things, but this is important. So if the government is indeed truly sincere, know that the VP today, whom many persons call the godson to Prince Johnson, will be the one signing a document for Prince Johnson to go on. But the issue of the gun, listen, nothing much more to talk about that. Not a good thing for our society. The only thing is, people were talking. I was just picturing if this at all was under the administration of President We are, oh God in heaven, you who hear people shouting that President We are getting.
Glenn will interrupt you 100 times. She'll be yelling.
But today, we give the people a chance. We give them a chance. Oh, we give them a chance. But we have been giving a planet. The AFL women meeting is still there. Today we get nothing. All the chances we get there is still there. But it's not a good thing for our country. Our society needs to be free of these things. We should live in peace and hopefully Liberia gets better.
Thank you. And just to add, tomorrow we'll be talking about AFL women. It's been 3 weeks. We're still waiting for the report, like Glenn said 2 days ago. And also want to add the president called for a comprehensive investigation on a grade. Guess what? It's the investigation starting from the executive or the lawmakers. Who is heading the investigation? We have a report as to who is heading the investigation, who have been questioned, and what question they were asked, and where is Samuel Kofi Woods? He's the advisor, he's the national security advisor. We need to question Samuel Kofi Woods as to the outcome of the investigation, because they have asked everyone. They have asked everyone for the past 3 weeks. 3 weeks. And we're still waiting for the president, Joseph Yuma.
I have a collage of photo with the president meeting these individuals, the high power command of the armed forces of Liberia. So I can second guess that that was the issue Papi was trying to mitigate then, to understand the basis of what took place, what transpired. Um, until it comes out, I can tell you I've seen with my own eyes. I can send some of those photos in the chat room. But I know you have them, Stanton. So no need to go forward. But going back to the National Commission on Arms, I think they have a very difficult job under the sleeve, given the fact that we just transitioned from a lawless state where people were bringing guns in the country unabated to one where we're trying to introduce normalcy in our society. So, but the guy I heard was tipped. I don't know if they have if there's been any appointment on the National Arms Commission. But the guy they're trying to bring there, I know he's a no nonsense guy, somebody that I know very strong. And that kind of guy will not sit there and people parading our country. Um, so I'm hoping that that guy is appointed and confirmed, Mr. Stanton Witherspoon. But otherwise, I think AB is doing the right thing. Get to the bottom of this. Of course, you have some trigger happy individuals who can make things very difficult for leadership. You have those overzealous people that will come under your command. Those are the ones that made the each while AFL became so notorious in terms of even though they were providing national service to the country, but there were some overzealous people who came with their proximity to tribes, some of them proximity to the power that be, and all so on and so forth. And we had few of those under the we administration as well. Hey, those kind of individuals they will always be around. But I cannot have been the leader and don't discipline those kinds of people. I mean, discipline them to the core where they will regret for life why they ever have to do that. Was that the command that he should discharge his weapon? I mean, that's automatic dismissal for me. If I were AB, regardless whether or not his weapon is legal, but was that the command? Should there have been a discharge of bullet? And follow the chain of command. And I see the AB is running a garment of our national security that is not even coded. How would you call AB? You can call the police 100, 102. What about AB? Is his operation coded? I hope we would have known exactly which one of the coded individual discharges weapon. Now we put the name there. All of these kinds of things AB needs to go back and review. When people start taking command in their own hands, I mean the unit itself is not structured. That what it tells me. Otherwise, there would be no reason why we'll be here in the first place. You have a group of people. They've been raiding. They've been raiding different ghettos. They've been raiding different principalities of our country to get rid of drugs. But then it has to be done, coordinatedly. You can't just go discharge weapon. That's nine MPFA era, or nine Jefferson Koji era, where you just go shoot. So I think AB should get to the bottom of this. For me, if you have been me, if that was not a comment, that's automatic dismissal, and that individual will be forwarded to the justice for prosecution, definitely, without even looking beyond what the scope of this is. Center.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to flag this, then we can do our closing on this because Aunt Jemima still got to go home. This is the former Representative Honorable Larry Youngcourt. The reason why I want to flag this because he's followed our show regularly. As you can see, the Vice President, he meant to say, does not have to sign all laws. If he decides not to sign the war crime law, he can be deputized by the Senate Pro Tem, which is permissible. We do agree. But then the question remains, why will he not sign onto it? You think so? You think he will not sign? That will ask if I also put this in your closing too, because we're closing the program. Would that be the new speed now? Okay, the man will just skip it. He does not want to sign, and we can just move on. Don't please sign this thing. How do I work?
Well,
Talk to me.
They would look at it multiple ways. I mean, you just said that the man godson, right? A political godfather. So it could be looked at as no loyalty if he does it. If we look at a son of Nima selling another son of Nima down the drain. But the reality is some of us have advocated for war crimes court. So to just be having real national discussions about the imminent possibility of commissioning a war crime court to put to rest and to understand some of the things that happen, it is a good feeling. I think we need that, the War Economic Crimes Court, for people to really come and either confess and have, some drop down sentences or be proven in a court of law that they really committed those atrocities, they committed those war crimes, they committed those economic crimes, and bear the penalties for it, because our country has become a country of impunity. especially those in positions. They just feel they can do anything. They just feel like they are invincible. They are Teflon. So at this point, I welcome the War Crimes Court. The issue about who executes that mandate, whether it is Alan White or whether it is other people, but I see Betty as believe she represents the United States government. Alan White is an entrepreneur. He would make the case for him to be the business person to execute that. He's not here only because he has a passion for war crime, but he know it especially in the in a developing world, that's an opportunity because war happens, coup happen, and the people fight, and that's an opportunity for people who advocate, to bring war crimes court to make bank. And like you said, we need transparency around the funding for that war crime court. If they're giving 30 million, or what business are they giving 30 million? It's just a pure grant. It's just because they want to see the best interest of Liberia and allow Liberians to put this behind them, or are we responsible for part of that money? So all of those things we have to understand about this.
And that's what we're gonna have. We're gonna have Jerome to speak on these things. Well, if you research some of this group, this different project, this different global research, you go as far as into the State Department. You find out that the State Department now beginning to put money into those direction to enable the smooth transaction, Glenny, for the people to move freely. And that's why I'm happy that we have Jerome, the Councilor Jerome Verdier more, that we can do a full discussion on this thing. What I'm receiving, if it is true, that the Alan White group got nothing to do with the Beth Van group. And then we really need to establish that because most people thought they were the same. Okay. One group may probably be doing the economic crime code, the other be doing a war crime, but either or, Liberians need to know exactly where we are. Dr. Richardson.
Can I just add before I leave? Because I gotta go. This has to be holistic, right? It can be something that takes away from us. It can be something extractive. We got to have the right level of security on the ground, since it seems like they want a court to be on the ground in Liberia. We must be able to develop some strengthening of our legal system and reform the judiciary as we move into this process. And also, there should be a training component that Liberians can be trained in multiple areas as it relates to courts and other activities. Even lawyers should be able to get some capacity building from this process. So hopefully, it'll be a holistic effort and not just.
If you put all that together, it's just not about yesterday, maybe 2, 3, 4 years to come. That's what people look at. Now, the bigger question is that. Thank you, Ashiva. Thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, the bigger question: if Frank Johnson said, "I'm going back to Nima, I'm going to have my church in Nima, I'm going to have my office in Nima, I'm not coming to Monrovia," you're leaving with war crime court. Who dare put foot? I mean, I just throwing things out there through the conversation. A lot of stuff coming up, and are we going back to the rock and roll, tampering with Prince Johnson, with George Bode, with Yaka Koruba, and those folks that participated? Those that may put their hand up there and say, pick me, I want to go to war crime court. Are you think they are sincere to go through the war crime court? They will have to get their own money, find their own lawyers. How expensive those things will be? Then talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
Well, at this point, it does not matter to me whether they lift their hands up or if they go back to their county of origin to say, I'm just going to do my church work. If the evidence leads to them being involved in criminal activities during the war in Liberia, then that's where the evidence leads. They were going to have to fend for themselves like every other defendant, or and Liberia sure has to persecute these people who are involved in war and economic crimes court in order for us to move forward. I mean, this may not be all of the answers that we're looking for, but we sure know that this will help uplift our country to some sense of normalcy, I would say. So those are my thoughts. You can go back wherever you want to go back to Lofa or Nima or Bon County or wherever. That doesn't negate the fact that if the legislature in consultation with the president, or the president in consultation with the legislature decide that they sign the bill for war crimes court, then it comes to Liberia.
Glenny?
We're closing, right?
Glenny, we're closing.
We're closing.
Yeah, you're going to eat. Don't worry.
Are we closing? Okay, talk close so I can close. Anyway, you want to tell a story? I'm hungry. Go ahead, Doc.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close. That's all I was just asking. So I just wanted to say happy Women's Month to all of the women that are watching us today and allies of women who that consists of men as well. As March and it's Women's Month. So happy Women's Month. I want to also say congratulations to Spoon TV for reaching 500,000 followers. I was out this weekend and that's all I heard from many, many supporters. Some of you guys are watching. I'll give a big shout out to you, for all of your support to Spoon TV and Stella, obviously the brainchild behind Spoon TV. I think that I always tell you should be going to journalism. I don't know why you went into human services nursing.
I thank you.
But
I'm at work getting one game.
He has a good grips of this whole business relating to journalism, which I wasn't familiar with it, but I've learned a lot over the course of my time being here. Happy birthday to Martus Gibson. Martus is a former member of the Liberian Police National Association or whatever. This is from your sister, Lydia Jones. She's been texting me to tell you happy birthday, so I just didn't want to forget that. As it relates to, we talked a little bit. I think the optics would look good if President Bokar took the leadership, the initiative of working behind the scene or in front of the scene to bring this war crime court to Liberia. That's what I wanted to say. I know some people say he can't do executive order to bring the war crime court, but I like to think outside of the box. I think everybody think that things have to originate in the house of in the legislature, but I think in this case it would look so good if he took leadership, even in consultation or in working with the legislature. It would be good for him to show that. Past precedents. When Biden came, he did executive order to stop Trump from executive laws that were causing the war, building the war at the border. President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Sorry, and those actually were executive orders. I also want to say that we got our eyes on these different investigations that I call the investigation gate of the inaugural gate, the Unity Party gate, the King George gate have been added to it, the Army Wives gate. We have our eyes because these people are supposed to come back to us to give us the report of these different investigations that they were doing. We have not heard it yet. I'm still waiting for it. I personally think that it is leaning towards a little bit of leadership indecisiveness, a leadership problem. Too many amateur mistakes are being made. And I actually think that when you have these kind of amateur mistakes being made, you take away the effectiveness and efficiency of government because they're focusing on investigating that, investigating this, and investigating, all these investigations going on. So I believe that the government should be firm. President Bokar should stand up. The leaders should stand up. They should speak in one accord and make the decisions for our country to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mama going?
Yeah, let Auntie Jemima go because she got to go home. Auntie
She's
not in America anymore. So she got to go in the heat and the darkness. Aunt Jemima, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the heat killing me. I drank 10 bottles of water today. But anyway, my closing, I'd like to touch on the publication of assets. When George Weah came to power, he did it behind closed door and he never published it for Liberians to know or see. We talked until we got tired. The journalists spoke about it. Everybody talked about it. I said, don't know. And they never did it. So do not compare my president to do it because he wants to do it on his own. You're a very transparent person. Number two, the reason why Asido and others are talking about war crime court. You were there for 6 years when I was in CDC. We promised the Liberian people were going to set up a war crime court. You never did it because the honorable PYJ from Nima County, my big brother, because he supported you, you never did war crime court. You put it on the mat. You were comfortable. You never did it. Now that JMP, you want to rush everything and to get down his throat. You give people chance. Will run the government. Get a chance. Why you didn't do it? You never did it. So I dare you to kind of speak about it yet. No, I'm not laughing with you. Then when it comes to civil servants, I mean, the salaries. I dare you ask it though, for you to sit down and say, oh, you know, the people have not paid the civil servants and this and that. No, don't talk about it, because there is no honesty. There was no honesty in your government. Before you left, I know for a fact, you said that you will make sure that you just employ people so that when JMP come, he can be embarrassed with the Liberians who voted for him, so he can look bad when he try to put them down. But that's not our plan. We'll find we'll find job for them. Don't worry about that, okay? JMP love Liberian people, so you're not going to incite the people against us. You cut down salaries, people making $40 and all those kind of things. It was not necessary. So we'll find a way. Liberian people understand. Now the war crime court. You know, when you set a trap, they say rat trap. It's not for just rat. It's for everybody. The court you want to come here because of PYJ. They say only PYJ that fought war in this country. Let's talk about all the war laws. Then you'll be fair. But everyone say war crime court. Oh yes. What the guy needs say, JKK, Jeremiah Kun will sign it, and this and that. He will be the first to sign it. Have you ever seen somebody say, go kill my mom? Have you ever seen somebody go and say, go kill my mother that born me? Whatever it is, Jeremiah is a smart man. So I know you'll make better decision. I'm not saying people shouldn't go to the war crime court. I'm not saying that. And I want to make it clear today. PYJ has said it repeatedly that I will go freely on my own will. But look in the House of Representatives, in the Senate, you have all the war laws there. You're not naming them. Topping the list. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf, she supported war. $10,000. John Weah supported model. How come what the guy Samuel Wood got that job? Because he was in model. You're talking about it. You see someone very silent, we don't want to talk all these things. But when you push it, I said, oh, we'll put it on side. Stop it. Ellie Johnson is leading it. Next, George, we have got to support a model. So, and even on the level of Supreme Court, we have war law there. So, what you want to tell us? So, this court that coming, the rat trap that coming, is not just only for rat alone. And PYJ has said he's willing to go. So, you leave the man alone, okay? Thank you. That's my closing.
Thank you very much. Asido, can you close?
But why are you making me laugh? Just because you know I will go eat that, why are you doing it for?
What is it?
You will be okay because I'm hungry. That's why you making me laugh out here. That's okay. I will still eat.
Minister Doe, go ahead now. You are muted. Minister, you okay?
Yeah.
Now, okay.
All right, go ahead. Are you good?
Am I okay now?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Edeji Mama, welcome back. Oh, welcome
Thank
back.
you.
Oh, welcome back.
I'm here.
Mama. So, Edeji Mama, you say we taking everything, we shopping it on Mr. Bagatro.
You're chopping it in the main throat. Why? Okay, man, chance.
So, this is it.
You muted yourself again. You muted yourself, Asido. All right, Conor, you want to go ahead? The Asido can figure out.
All right. Stanton.
Yeah.
This issue about war crimes court. I'm surprised to hear that the president of the Senate makes a decision these days, because what we heard was that he was there to break ties. So which means whatever evolved out of that decision, he got nothing to do with it. He just have to sign that this was what was agreed upon by the parties that are involved. It's an ex parte, as we say. So whether or not he wants it, if that's the decision from the debate, he just supervises that process. Was that
No,
not
it's
what
not.
was that?
So let me correct you, Kunagray. Let me correct you, please. Every document, before it get to the president, that will pass from the Senate, it goes through Jeremiah Kuhn's office, the vice president.
Yeah.
He signed on it.
Yeah, he
Not making the
does.
final decision. We are
No,
not
no, no.
saying that
It's
he
not,
making the
no,
final
that's not the
decision.
final decision. That's not the final. This is
Exactly.
to
But,
say.
yeah,
This
but
is
he
to
must
say
sign on it.
he must sign on it that he witnessed the process.
Correct.
That this was what was decided by the
Correct.
parties
So the
involved,
question is,
and he
the
takes it
question
to
is
the
where he.
president.
So the question is, will he sign on it?
Oh, if whether or not he signs on it, the president should receive it because the president is receiving the
Somebody got to
decision
sign
from
on
that
it. If he
debate.
doesn't sign on it, the pro tem would do and take it to the president. But as per law,
Anybody can do it,
it's not
and and
anybody. Anybody
and,
can
and
do it.
no,
Anybody can
no,
do it. Agree.
anybody other than him can do it. When I say anybody, meaning if he refuses, the law allows for somebody that is subordinate to him to do it. Definitely,
No,
my brother.
no. The only person you have to sign it in the absence of the president of the Senate, who is the vice president, is the pro tem. So it's
It
not just
cannot be the only person. The law will not provide for two people because there's
the
possibility
final
for two people.
document. Great, try don't get confused. The final document, if all the senators have signed, right? All of them, right? So this document will carry the president's signature and will carry the vice president's signature. In the absence of the vice president, the pro tem remain. Okay, but the
In the
vice
absence of the
president,
pro tem, who else?
no, they cannot be in the absence. They will wait. This is a
Why
big
not?
thing. So three
Is that
people
not
must.
possible?
I said, don't listen. Not gonna agree. This is not a joking thing. The
On
document we have,
executive order.
the document will have the speaker's signature, the vice president's signature, and the president's signature.
My
There's not a
argument
guessing game.
my argument is plain and simple. That if he Jeremiah does not sign, whoever is constitutionally provided to sign will sign, other than him.
So you
So
want to find
it's
you
not
want to
his
find a pass for
decision.
Jeremiah.
So it's not his decision, it's the decision that comes from the process. So if you tell me the process is aborted and not held, then it's a different thing. But whether Jeremiah signs it or not does not determine anything. That's what I'm trying to say. But let's move forward. When you talk about
That would be the best thing.
people reverting to their different principalities. My brother, if you go back and look at war crimes court and some of the individual, go back to the late Yugoslavia and think about people like Ratko Mladic. These were people who had 4 5 million supporters. Go back and look at Ante Goffina. He had probably about 10 million people. They held them in their tribal belt. The day they came out was the day they knocked them down and submitted them to justice. So the thing about it, that's why for security reason, the court will not be held in Liberia. I can guarantee you. The reason why Charles Taylor was not tried in Sierra Leone, rather it was tried on a court sitting on Sierra Leone in The Hague, was because of proximity and security. So all of these kinds of issues, they're dilly-dally in the process. But at the end of the day, justice will be done whether or not it's held in Liberia, and I can tell you it will not be held in Liberia. Definitely. On the issue of the separation between Civica Maxima, headed by one Hassan Belite, or Alan White and his Justice International Justice Group, these are all rivalry. But at the end of the day, those people should be able to meet and decide who heads what and how. But I can guarantee you, I think this process has also been tied to United States releasing aid to Liberia on this issue. That's why Joe could not get anything from the US. They decided to go that route, and I don't think President Barker will follow that route where the United States will alienate Liberia simply because justice was not brought to the people who deserve it. Look, This is not about Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson is the least individual on this process, but to end impunity in our country, you understand? It's more important than any individual, whether it's Prince Johnson, whether it's Edmund Gray, whoever you want to believe is more bigger than the country. I can tell you it's not true. Liberia will move forward with this process, and Ambassador Buckeye knows it. That's why he held that discussion with Alan White in the open, so that people can even guess. And my brother, at the end of the day, will live happily as a people. Liberia is simply too lawless for us to keep saying that let bygone be bygone. This is not a bygone issue anymore. It keeps coming back. That's all I can tell you, my brother. It keeps coming back. Thank you.
So, yeah, I know. Yeah, sure. Thank you. I know my computer. So, first off, to start up in my closing, I wanted to a bit talk about this issue going on across ministries. These things may start now, but lead to some other uncontrollable issues in the future. It seems to be everyone is concerned about dismissing people, taking people out of job, and they come with all of these excuses. Oh, that 96, they were on the payroll, and the heads not know about it had to be on the payroll, and other ministry that 400 person. Listen, I'm not sure you came to take people out of job. I'm sure you came to help people's life improve. And this is the thing. GAC, for the first time in many years, conducted a nationwide payroll audit. So I would think people should be looking towards that. In addition to that, every other thing is being placed out. One of the things you can't see the names of those people who they are calling ghosts. Put the people name outside and say, okay, there's a ghost, John Doe that ghost. What is that? Let's see if people will not come to you and say, what am I doing on here? And I think it is a dangerous path. And we all know the processes of pay. Ministry of Finance does not control payroll for entities. Even before they pay, they send back the payroll domain to every institution to verify the payroll, to approve the payroll before they pay. So how is it possible that you are verifying, approving your payroll for month over month over month over month, but then you don't know John Peter? Somebody else come and say, oh, the man that goes. It is a dangerous threat. A lot of UP folks are even being affected. I think the government needs to be careful with how they are just going. Taking people out of job is not a good thing. And secondly, to the issue of asset being published, I believe in the law. The law says you should declare your assets to NEC. It didn't say publish it. But over the campaign trail, His Excellency the President has repeatedly, over and over and over, slammed President Weah of not publishing the asset because he wanted to hide things, because he bad, because he good, all these things. And he promised that he will publish. So it is on that promise that we are holding him, not on what the law said. So it is not us. Now we talk about salary increment. It was the United Party folks who said harmonization was a redistribution of poverty and that they will increase salaries of civil servants. We are holding them to just that. It is not us who were saying it. They were the ones saying it. They know what the reason they were saying it. So I don't think, you should blame us for holding them to what it said. And lastly, to the issue of war crimes code. There was a statement from the astute speaker's office today on that issue after he met with the U.S. representative, where he was very, very careful in using words, saying, listen, we have to look at all of the surrounding issues. There are concerns here and there. We can't do like a rush thing. But if there's a legislative agenda for the Parker-led government, I'm sure it should be supported by Jeremiah Kuhn and everyone else. But the thing is, I have concerns myself. All of the costs, maintenance, the people that employed will be Ghanaians. So you will find out that most of the benefits will go there and not here. And also, we were looking at some of the draft of the law. You talk about certain crimes that will take away issues from the Liberian jurisdiction. Every country got their own way to define things. Bribery, for instance, is one of those things there. Yes, we all know bribery, but bribery is defined differently at different places. There are certain things that constitute bribery in the United States may not constitute bribery in Africa. So if you were to take a bribery case, for instance, from here to be oversaw by an international judge in Ghana, it would be a little conflicting. So again, it's a good thing, but we have to be careful. We don't have to do a rush way. And if the government, through the executive things, they want to put it through just like that, it is not about PYJ. But we all know once they say war crime code, a PYJ income. And Jeremiah Kuhn has to definitely support that. There is no reason why he will not sign a war crimes code, although PYJ will be there. So good show. And then before I forget, someone told me say I was drinking alcohol, though I've never drank before, and I graded Minister Pierre 70%. But let me just tell the person, it tells you that I'm a fair person, balanced. I don't come here to do silly things. He did great. Overall, I gave him 70%, and maybe he's the only person I'll give 70%, maybe. But yeah, he did great.
Thank you very much, Glendy. Can you go ahead, please?
Great show. It's good to have Aunt Jemima here. Thank you so very much for being back. It's good for you to be here. This is the Women's Month, like we started. We will be very prominent this month. We'll express ourselves. We'll shine. We'll celebrate women every day here. Whenever we come on the show, whether Stinter give me 1 day or 2 days, if you give me 1 hour, sir, I will count out 1 hour and I will make noise here. But I think the show was good. We'll thank Pierre for coming.
That is show. I will give
Pierre
you 1
for
day.
coming. Don't worry, I'm coming because I am a part of that 500,000 people. Been here, done that. Will continue to be here with us centers and people. I know how to manage because when you tell me from here, I would text Lao in the night. My regular texting time. Anyway, great show, everybody. Thank you. What else we talk about? We're still looking forward to hearing from A.B. Kroma. I think it will be good to hear a follow-up from him on that press conference today. I still believe that it was strategic. He left some stuff up. Knowing him, I'm pretty sure that he will come back and clearly air on that. Luther Tapper, he hasn't done the report, but we saw him today to NASCAR. I will leave that one on my page. I will do it here for it. Anyway, great show, everybody.
By the way, Isaac, when a court is sitting on an international level, it adjudicates its case based on international law, not on local law.
Right. That's
they will not be using Ghanaian laws.
No, I'm saying from an international perspective. That's what I said. But in my mind, certain things should be based on our local law because there's certain things.
Will be a court sitting in Ghana on Liberia. They will be about Liberian laws. But another thing you talk about, I think it was your Minister of Finance who abolished the IFMIS and HRMIS system that would identify who was ripping.
You say abolish? What do you mean abolish?
It abolished it. It chose not to use that. That way they can send payroll back to verify from one ministry to the other.
Who told you that?
All right, guys, we gotta move on. I want to appreciate every one of you, but something, is this true? Can we go quick on this? This email, we have 4 appointment. Was that today? Today is the 4th. And we have on this one 5 appointments. So which one? Granny, you're always talking for us to clarify something. Which one are we looking at? Which one are we? How many appointments was done today? Is that 2 different sets?
I didn't see it. I haven't paid attention to it today.
Yeah, but I'm showing it to you now. It's on the website.
I can see from where I'm sitting. I'm hungry.
Go on your phone. Go on the Executive Mansion website.
I can help you with answer everyone.
Are we looking at 2 different appointments on the same day, but some names were deleted again?
So if you want me to,
it has 4.
If you want me to answer you, these are some of the things we keep scratching our head. One of the persons there was appointed sometime in February, and now they're appointing the person again. So people kept asking if they are twins better. Maybe they are twins. So it's just like, no head, no tail, man. People just running have a scatter.
Oh, so it was an error then. It was an error. Right? Okay, so person number 5. What is the person name that they read?
The one number 4, Jefferson Tucker, my friend. Anyway.
Yeah, Jefferson Tucker. They appointed him to the same position, right, Lace?
To the same position in different times.
So we thought it was his brother. Maybe they were twins.
No, so that's okay, man. Come on, these are human error. If they're appointed into the same position,
government you running, CEO, one error can have implications.
As it do, let me say something to you.
Please,
the error that you make, that you refuse to turn over the company, the ministry car, okay? And you took that car to the garage, and up to today, Go Bangalore cannot, because the car is scrapped. And now you are talking about human error, that maybe somebody mistakenly added his name on the list today. Let's just accept that. To earn his name on you as it do can take almost 165,000. That was assigned to do the work of TVET. And you asked it do. Up to now, you cannot give account of that money.
I'm not TVET minister. Anyway,
let's see, ask it do. Why you interrupting me?
Because I got nothing to do with TVET.
I said do. Listen, don't let us to go into this thing and dig deeper, my
Your
brother.
propaganda is not holding. I got nothing to do with TVET, so go and try again. Please go back and come again. Yeah, waiting for you.
Okay.
I just want to say, before we end the show, it's great just having, at least 4 or 5 permanent women on the show. I remember when we started, how it was, your hesitation about bringing women, and your ability to tolerate our comments. I do remember us going through these discussions, but it's great to see the growth that we have in the show right now, that we can have, so we have equal amount of women as we have equal amount of men, and we are all proffering ideas that will support and help Liberia from different perspectives. So I'm really happy, it's good. I like seeing that. I just wanted to say that. All right, on that note,
that Rich is saying, we try to do our best. We have called everyone to come and be part of the Spoon, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's what Rich is saying. All this time, hold on, Glenny, don't you?
We're gonna sabotage here tonight.
All this time, right? Guess what happened? We told that Rich is saying, we've been patient with you. You gave us hard time. You cried on the show. You went off. You refused to come back for days. AB got to say, go back. The people need you. We beat on Mr. Cummings. You cried while Mr. Cummings ended up losing the election. You came back, by the way. Then you brought in Glenny. Glenny been shopping all over to come on the show.
Yeah. You say what?
Now we're trying to manage with Glenny. Okay. Then Jemima.
Then Jemima a year before me. Let me just tell you that. Yeah.
But if you want to leave, and Jemima, thank you for the good night. We want to play George. We are when they asked him about the same war crime code. He was a coward. He was scared, and this is why he had to say.
The man was speaking like a leader. Listen to the man speaking.
The speech caused a lot of uproar in Liberia, especially with the portion that had to do with the war crimes court where you made Liberia's case. What should Liberians expect from that particular portion?
But I just stated, I don't understand what you want. Since we came to power, I've not one day called for war crime court. You, the journalists, call for war crime court. Liberians are calling for war crime court. Both the victims and the perpetrator are calling for war crime court. What I did is to explain to them why now. So you don't understand my English, then you need to go back to the speech and then you read it well. You calling for war crime court, I say now why this time? When we have an economic issue, we're trying to develop our country, why focus on the war crime code now? Why you did not focus on it 12 years ago? And those people that were part of the entire process of what happened to us, they left the 12 years. So what now? Is that what you want? Okay, then we send it to the legislature. And then so Liberians can talk about it. I think it's important. I want to give you an opportunity. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about it instead of every day disturbing the peace of this country. So now you have a reason now to go and sit in your Palawa hut, put a process together now so you can sit down. So the perpetrator and the victims can meet. So those that have opinions can come to see what need to be done. So that what I did there. So I open now the forum for you instead of chap.
And you know, they also do that, they're saying Baku. Baku.
No, you can be happier in life when you see a real leader speaking to issues at you.
I said, don't have a good night, man.
Never come back.
I said, don't have a good night, man.
Because of the people first.
You know, it is so amazing.
We have missed one of the biggest. He missed one of the biggest opportunity. He missed one of the biggest opportunity. As you know.
And it's so amazing as a leader of our country, then he couldn't see the relationship between the economy and war crime court. Say, I'm here to talk about the economy. But if war crime court brings security to the people, you know, it brings economic growth. Once the world hears that we're dealing and we get involved and we taking accountability for people who want to harm us. But then you are saying, oh, y'all want to talk about economy? Why now? And not about now. It has something that has to be done. As your guy didn't talk.
No, he didn't. I think the president messed up on the war crime code.
You had the opinion.
Okay, the president messed up on the war crime code. The president messed up on the war crime code issue.
You have your opinion, but a lot of people differ with your opinion. I can assure you.
That's
and this
okay.
is
I'm so used to that. You know, I'm used to people differing from our opinion.
Right. And this is the thing. The man said, listen, Liberia has a lot of economic problems.
There's an interrelationship between the economy and
is that
and
why?
That's why you just higher level thinker. That what you think about. You can't just be thinking on one thing.
Well, I'm not sure what's the definition of high level thinker, but I can tell you better
go home.
Highest level thinker.
No, I'm going. I'm scared at the end.
That's the definition of it. But I can only tell you, President Weah, who always want to put the interests of the people first, more than personal. That's the reason he sacrificed his own political life for harmonization.
Just say he blundered, man.
But I said, let her one at a time. I said, you can do all the talking. Let her one at a time. And let me say my opinion. Auntie Mama will speak and maybe gonna do it.
The only reason why I say won't walk and play right now because PYJ he didn't tell me my candidate to vote for CDC and they are angry little babies. The people are so angry that they don't even know what to do. So that's what you want.
But here's my issue, Auntie Mama. Auntie Mama, here's my issue. If the Tango Jerome is coming tomorrow, Council of Verdier, if they tie the war crime code with the economic crime code, that's a problem for George Manawea. If you read that which is put in there, Auntie Mama, it means that George Manawea and most of his ministers will be charged on the economic crime court.
Yes.
Listen, this is scary. If you hold this rope will hold the bush. You cannot separate that. And the argument now, the CDC lawmaker are going to be, listen, will be named for the president. Because of all the massive corruption, internationally and nationally, the people have those documents. All the investment. Who sent this guy from FIU to go collect the money? All the CBL audit are going on. Those are information coming in. All the concession agreement and the small business with the Freeport that have President Weah linkage, that have Samuel Twe and the Miguel and all those ministers. They will say that thing, say, I'm not going to sign this document. Because if we think that we're going after Prince Johnson, they are coming after us. And that's exactly what will make this thing so difficult. Because Joe Weah name is on the chopping board.
Yes.
Joe Weah name is on that document. Because of how he massively bankrupt the country. Look at the $83 million illegally withdrawn from the CBL account.
Yes.
Joe Weah name is on it.
All right.
Yes. Look at the amount of money Joe Weah took out of the country just for his 2 months after the election, after the inauguration. The people have information on all these things. So this is not about Prince Johnson alone.
No.
This is about President George Weah administration. This is about the folks that are on sanction right now for the same investment, the same massive corruption. So let us go ahead and sign that document. And we'll come back to
the $3 million they gave to youth and sports for the waterway.
Yeah. And I will also add, we can add this thing. The 25, hold on 1 minute, I said, do I beg you? The 25 million, the 25 million, the 16 billion, the 11 million for rent subsidies. It's all hanging over my Wani Diggs there.
And the 30 million for COVID.
And the 30 million for COVID. Yes.
30 million.
So after all these things, you want to rub the rubber off the bush. Yo, come on, you bring the war crime code. Come on, bring the economic crime code. Bring in the Liberian people who appreciate you guys. It will not be warlords alone going for this thing. It will be the current government. Or you want to put it far away? Go ahead. Go into the 12 years of UP government too. Let's talk about the UP government folks that stole under Madam Salif. I mean, it will be a fair game. And this will be a new Liberia. And I hope Ali White can fight on this. I hope whosoever involved fighting for the Liberian people can fight, because we need this change. And I appreciate Ali White on this one, that he's looking at two fronts. He's looking at the war crime code and he's looking at the economic crime code. He want to give Liberian people what Liberian people deserve. You may hate him, you may love him, but I believe the name Ali White, the Liberian people will appreciate, because even if we do not have a Liberian to fight for us, at least a man by the name Allen White is willing to fight, is willing to leave his country, his comfort zone, to restore peace and dignity in the country with the help of Jose Iman Boyka. And all Liberians should appreciate, they should applaud the good fight that they are bringing to the table. That's why we have the councillor Jerome Verdier tomorrow to speak on this issue. I say, I'm sorry for you. The Liberian people will appreciate this one. But they will appreciate the work of Jerome, the work of Allen White, and the work of everyone. So listen,
I think you should be sorry for our entity.
No, let me say this. I think Allen White, Dr. Richardson, I think Allen White should be proud. She should come up swinging harder. I think it's about time that he engaged these people individually. And I think about time that he helped the suffering Liberians. I think do what you want to say. They have the money, 200, 300 million they will be bringing to fight on this issue called War Economic Crime Court. It's not small money. It's not. But we have reached a place in our life that we have to take some decisive action for a better tomorrow when you talk about Liberia. For a Liberia that everybody will appreciate, and put this thing to a close. 6 years of Joshua government, 12 years of Madam Sally government. Let's bring it on the table. Let's see who's who.
Yeah.
Man, Nelson, come on the show, man. My dear Dr. Richardson, my Aunt Mama, you have a good evening.
Be safe driving home, or we'll see you later.
Look at Gibson, can't jump in and writing. Jerome from there, man.
Thank you. I see you. It made me feel good tonight, at least.
No, listen, I was waiting for Councillor Jerome to come to board for us to discuss this thing. But the work of Aliwa and his team with Councillor Jerome is a plus. Liberian people should embrace it. They should encourage the lawmaker. They should encourage the president. They should embrace it, because once all the T's are crossed and all the R's are dotted, we should champion this cause.
Yes.
The people should start cooking pambata for Alan White and his team. They should start cooking some basayama and say thank you. Bring it on. Let's make sure everybody that helped to destroy our country through the war, through our finances, that we should bring them to book. That's the best we get. And listen, we will say it every day to open the eyes of Liberia. And the speaker for Kofa shouldn't shy away. I like his statement today. He shouldn't be ashamed. He shouldn't be scared. And he should fight for it. Youngbley should fight for it. Jeremiah Kuhn should embrace it. Because guess what? Prince Johnson said he won it. Yeke said he won it. So give it to them.
Yes.
Give it to that.
They said they won it. So I don't know why they get so angry. And they say you won it.
If we can do this thing will go on forever and ever. And look at TRC. Look at TRC. It's been years. People done dying all. No result. Nothing. Should we still carry it on? So if you have people that are working with Congress, people that are working here in the United States, lobbying for money, give it to them. Give it to them.
Yeah.
Let them come and help this government. Let them help Joseph Boyka. Let them help people of Liberia.
Yeah.
Let them bring the change that is so necessary. The crown person get vest. The Mano people from Nima vest. You get people from Sano vest. You get Bazodian vest. So now you know what? Bring everybody together.
Yeah.
You kill my man, you kill my pa, you do this one, you do that one. Let's not discuss it.
Yes.
So Chester was a sacrificial lamb, right?
Yeah.
Send that to the left. Look what this country is.
Yeah.
All the people need to be the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
If they are found guilty according to the law should be the law.
Yeah.
And that's the best way we can go. The law should be the law. Bring them. People that took the money outside the country, bring them. People that broke the system by enriching themselves illegally, internationally, bring them. Man, thank you, Gibson Jerry. Thank you for agreeing with me. Because this thing, we got to let our people understand. We got to tell them. We got to educate them, Aunt Jemima. We got to educate our people and tell them, say, this is the right step in the right direction.
Yes.
When everything is done properly, people should appreciate this president for doing everything. Just say, my bag, I got nothing to lose.
Thank you.
The man is 79 years old. He can go on his farm in Bommy and eat roasted cassava. He got nothing to lose. But he must set this legacy. He must do it. He promised to do it.
He will do it because the problem is they're taking when they say war crime code, everybody say PYJ. They only angry because the man did not ask them to vote for them. So now they only the man is not refusing to go, and nobody's saying, I'm not saying PYJ should not go, because the man can defend himself. You'll go there and tell the world what he has to say. It depends what evidence he got, everything. He's a smart man. You go there. All the other warlords, there are so many in the Senate, in the House of Representatives. All of them will go. When you hold rope, they can hold bush. So Liberian people will be happy. We will be happy that the war crime could come. You can say you're willing to go there. So these are people willing to go. Nobody forcing them. But other people will go. Ellie spent $10,000. She will go. John, we are supporting model. He will go and say we were heading model. He get a man job to be Minister of Transport. What you got to say?
Thank you very much. Have a good evening and good night. Good morning to your end. And we'll see you tomorrow by God's grace.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Now, I get additional trouble here. One person that will give me a hard time all the time will be Aunt Jemima. The woman in America, I dodge her now. She can go to Liberia now. Hey, I'm in trouble.
The woman coming on Saturday, she said, "That my seat. You must keep that my seat. Nobody should temper on my seat in that studio there. Sit there."
Thank you, man. We'll meet again tomorrow by God's grace, okay?
Yes,
Have a
sir.
good night. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a great show coming up, the late night.
Yeah. Please tell Magic to do the flyer for the counselor. And the topic is the war and economic crime code.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, folks, we want to say thanks to you again tonight for being here on this edition of Spoon Talk. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for making your contribution in the comment section. We appreciate all of you from across the world who always make up time to be here with us on Spoon Talk. As you know, this is Liberia's biggest platform. Spoon Talk has absolutely no borders. Regardless of where you are, you can always tune to the program thanks to our affiliate radio stations across the country that are always relaying the show. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bon County, and Trend Radio in Grand Crew County. Thanks to Punch FM. And as well, to you, our online audience, we've been streaming live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV For YouTube, we're there at Spoon Talk Live. And till we come your way again, my name is Nelson Collier. Have a good night. We're drawing out the curtains on Spoon Talk now. We're coming up with a late night show shortly. It's going to be a great conversation. We have the folks from Ghana. They will be joining us. A lot to talk about with respect to what Liberians are going through in Ghana at the camp, the demolition exercise, and everything you need to know about that situation is coming up on the late night show just in a couple of minutes from now. You can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Collier. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charging.